Good morning, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We've got a couple of quick announcements and then we're ready to get started. So, thanks so much. Thanks, everyone. First of all, I hope you all enjoyed the Eagle breakfast this morning. Christine was up in the crack of dawn, trying to get those fresh meals. I wanted to say that this tournament, the Montreal tournament, is traditionally on Memorial Day weekend. We are so happy to welcome so many of our American friends up here in Canada. How about a round of applause for all our American friends? I also want to give a quick shout out. We have 4 players who I believe have never played in a tournament before. So I'm going to call them out. I'm going to ask them to just stand up and wave. Those players are, I'm going to read all 4. Jordan Barger, Anna McGovern, Elise Bickford, and Madeline McDonald. How about a round of applause? Getting started in 15 minutes, pretty impressive. One thing that's going on tonight is we have a large group dinner. There's also a silent group dinner for tomorrow night. One thing I want to make clear, because it wasn't clear when you signed up for this dinner, is that the dinner tonight is about a 2-minute walk away. We have full capacity, so if you signed up for that dinner, you are in. If you still want to sign up for that dinner, talk with Christine. It's a Mexican restaurant tonight. It's with sherry platters, it's a fixed price, individual billing, and it's a beautiful outdoor terrace, and the weather looks great. So if you want to join us, talk to Christine if you haven't signed up already. The dinner tomorrow night is a little further away. It's going to require an Uber. If you have questions, talk with Christine. If you're not up for that journey, definitely talk to Christine. If you want to join in, that's again, I think, an outdoor patio, great food. It's a wonderful restaurant. We were there 2 years ago. Okay, so those are the dinners. Also tonight after dinner, we have karaoke. You can talk to Christine if you have questions. We have some money to give away. We're doing bounty prizes. Yesterday, we had high prize winners. Kieran is coming around with some $50 bills. We're going to start in Division C. Sophia Mazordo, 490 points. Division B, Ryan McCarthy, 505 points. In our CSW division, Quinn James coming in with a 564. And in Division A, we've got Montreal resident Jason Lee with a 551. Okay, and this morning's games, you are looking for a low win. So there's another round of 50s that we will do at lunch. That is for low win. Okay, you should be able to find your matchup on carrying computers, which are around the room. A up here, B, C over here. Okay, if you have any questions, ask Karen. And with that, if you've got your opponent, we're going to get started. I'm going to ask my friend Laura to kick us off with.
Let's play Scrabble.
Thanks, everyone. guys. How you doing? You can beg, but you are not starting. It's going to take just a couple minutes to warm everything up.
Good morning, everybody. We are live with day 2 from the Montreal Scrabblefest 2024, presented by Let's Play Scrabble in partnership with Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. Of course, I am Will Anderson, and today I am joined by Charles Reinke. Charles, thank you so much for helping me guide everybody through the amazing Scrabble action awaiting us today.
Yeah, happy to be here, Will. Happy to see some high-level Collins games this morning. Certainly expect a lot of fireworks out of the strong field of players that the Montreal Scrabblefest has.
Yeah, it's we are going to be starting with a pretty amazing matchup. We had one Collins game yesterday and 2 games from the North American-based WoW Lexicon. So this morning, focusing on that international dictionary, the Collins Lexicon, and as you alluded to, a ton of really good players, including our top seed and former World Scrabble champion, Adam Logan, is going to be taking on a former multi-time school Scrabble champion, Noah Slatkoff. So that's the matchup that we're going to get. That's a pretty tantalizing one, Charles.
Yeah, definitely Adam has been at the top or near the top of the Scrabble scene for multiple decades now. Noah, I don't think, has been alive for multiple decades, but is certainly one of the rising stars of North American Scrabble. So it's sort of the old vanguard versus the up-and-comer. I'm looking forward to this match.
Yeah, without question, I feel like Noah was already an extremely strong player at something like age 13, but also Adam back in his day was similarly precocious. I think he actually won his first North American championship when he was something like 17 or 18 years old, which is a shocking feat. At that time, I was parked in front of my TV playing video games, rotting my brain, and these guys were doing some pretty special things over the Scrabble board. How does that align with your experience, Charles?
Yeah, that's roughly how things were going for me as well. I also was a sort of a young starter. I started playing at age 15, but certainly was not winning any national championships or other championships at that age. So Adam and Noah definitely got a very nice head start on becoming high-level Scrabble experts.
Yeah, it is something you see a lot in other pastimes. You think about like all the incredibly good young players in chess. And I think even before we can analyze this, we're about to see Noah's first play. That looks pretty good to me, Charles.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. No way to get rid of the J and the Q at the same time. And 48 points for the Q is exactly what you want at the start of the game.
Yeah, that was, most of all, only 17 seconds elapsing from Noah's clock. That's something that when you get a move that you can identify the clear best play really quickly, as Noah just did, that really can pay dividends later in the game. The more moves like that you can get early on, the more time you'll be able to spend on those late game decisions that actually warrant it. So I don't think this will be as easy of a move for Adam, though. That doesn't feel like there's likely to be a standout play with these high point tiles, Charles.
Yeah, the other nice thing about Quilt doesn't really expose those double letter scores in any easy to use way. Adam's got really good letters for making parallel plays. It's just Quilt does not allow those plays. So he's probably going to be looking to shed some of these clunky consonants. Not actually seeing a good way to do that right off the bat. The nice thing about the Collins lexicon is there's a ton of 5-letter words with the K in them, and a lot of them are quite weird. So if it was me, I would be spending some time trying to make sure I'm not missing anything cool with the K.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's agonizing because it doesn't feel like there is such a play. And, I just need to make sure that I'm following this in the correct lexicon here. Yeah, that looks like as good a play as anything. Whenever you see a Q, I hope my screen's not frozen here. There we go. It's always tempting to play. We actually saw it on yesterday's stream, WAQF. So that would have been available through the Q of Quilt, but I think Adam's play is an improvement on that. More points and a little bit better leave.
Yeah, I definitely like waived here, and the K could be useful for scoring later. So not so bad to keep it. And also happens to block Noah's play that he had lined up for us, which was Judgy through the U of Quilt. He now has to figure out something else to sort of clear up the J and some of those other letters.
Yeah, Judgy would definitely have been a great way of dumping that J and a bunch of other stuff. It's going to be way harder for Noah now. But he's certainly going to be up by a solid amount. And again, Adam's not, well, he would have the crazy bingo, I guess, of Cryobank through an O. But other than that, those letters are certainly not looking like good bingo tiles. I guess now is the time where clever people could point out that Quilt with the B on Adam's rack, it'll be interesting to see if he tries to keep it any longer than is necessary, because bed quilt as an extension would be pretty stylish. That's the sort of thing you don't want to even if you see an extension like that, you don't want to overemphasize it. If Adam has a good play using the B, I don't think he'll hesitate to do that, Charles.
Yeah, that's unless you get maybe 2 of the tiles for bed quilt. You don't want to get hyper fixated on those less likely outcomes.
Yeah, if you get BD, maybe it's time to try to keep BD together and draw one of those many, many E's. But with just the B, and even with just BE, it's tough to pin all of your hopes on drawing one of the only 4 Ds in the set. So we'll see. Maybe Adam can come up with a play that he likes that keeps the B on his rack just because it happens to do so. And then maybe he plucks ED from the bag and we see that cool extension. But otherwise, the game will probably proceed in a more normal fashion. I wonder what Noah is thinking of here. It looks like he spelled out Geit, which he's probably getting ready to play alongside that W. It's a shame that he can't get rid of the J, but that seems like a pretty competitive option, Charles.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much better for him. One thing that passed on my mind briefly was perhaps trying to phony turning quilt into quilty or something like that. This is a good time to bring up the challenge rule in use in the Collins division, which is different from the challenge rule that people were seeing yesterday. 5-point challenge rule in the Collins division, which means that it's very unadvisable to play a phony that you're pretty sure is phony because your opponent is only penalized 5 points for challenging a valid word. So no way that quilty is going to be attempted unless Noah somehow got his wires crossed and actually thought it was a word.
Yeah, and Adam, certainly one of the stronger players in every facet of Scrabble, and that certainly includes his word knowledge and word recognition. So we have seen very rare examples on previous streams here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel of Adam allowing phony words to stay on the board, but I liken it to one of those incredibly rare events, some kind of cosmological event like an eclipse or something like that. Seeing Adam allow a phony to stay on, and there we go. There's Geit. It's just amazing how difficult it was in that position for Noah to get the J off of his rack in a useful way, I think this is probably about as good as he can do.
Yeah, well, I mean, what was there really any way to get rid of the J on that turn? I wasn't seeing anything worth playing. You can play Jedi, but
yeah, Jedi here, which is, of course, yes, that does get the J off the rack, but at a huge cost of putting a really powerful letter in the triple lane. So if that's the best you can do, then yeah, I'm not sure. I think Noah's choice is better. And Adam quickly responds with a really high scoring overlap of crab. So there you have your answer. That was, I think, likely to be the best play here no matter what. It uses the B, and hopefully Adam doesn't draw ED and feel sad. But even then, it's not a big deal. I really like that play.
yeah, that was, I think, a no-brainer. I think 47 points on a board that previous to Geit was not going to yield nearly that many points. He was probably wondering what was going to happen with all his high-scoring tiles, but he's definitely happy with this outcome. Only downside does put the K in the triple line. Looks like Noah's getting ready to possibly put down Jock. Unfortunately, keeping 3 eyes, but
rarely seen 3 eye leave. Exactly. That's in Scrabble, there are rules, right, that you try not to break wherever possible, but really every rule in Scrabble can be broken for the right price. And Noah has decided he's just playing Dick. This is a big sacrifice of about 18 points on the scoreboard, and he's reacting to that triple I leave that he would be keeping after Jock. But I think probably the JOII leave isn't actually that much better than a D and 3 I's. So maybe the slightest misevaluation, if you're going to keep a terrible leave no matter what, you might as well get 18 extra points for it. But I find it very natural. It's a natural impulse on Noah's part to not leave the 3 I's on his rack, Charles.
So I think what he was thinking, and this is actually what's happened to him, if he drew the A, he'd have a good J play, Jag and Ebi.
Yeah.
So he was hoping to draw one of the, with his 3-tile play, have 3 chances to draw an A, and
Very
hopefully
nice.
get bailed out of that rack. So it looks like it worked out for him. I think I still prefer Jock, but I think he did have a reason for that other than just misevaluating the leave.
Yeah, that makes a lot of points. The existence of this spot, as you point out, with the A draw for a buy, gives the J a little more value than you could expect to see. And meanwhile, now Adam has drawn the other B and an E. So here's a situation where can he find some way of keeping BE together? Again, I don't think he needs to over-index on that. Looks like he set up Covine on his rack, which would actually keep the B. Let me just make sure we're caught up on the score here. Get back over to Adam's POV. So Noah actually got a few more points. He's sitting at 102. Should update in just a moment. So yeah, it looks like Adam might be considering playing Cobb right here. He would be parting with that B that I keep harping on, or he may consider playing Covine, making U. That play does give back such an easy triple with a C, which is a really nice letter to start words of 5, 6 letters in length or longer. So I feel like Cobb is probably a more natural play here, but then again, this leave is not much to write home about either. So a pretty tough decision for Adam. I'm not 100% sure which way I would go. Do you have a leaning on this one, Charles?
I think I would prefer Cobb here, simply because looking at the state of the board, that spot next to Crab is really the only hot spot on the board. So if he's, pulling pretty close to even by playing Cobb, then it puts Noah in an awkward position of not really having scoring options available to him really anywhere unless he has a bingo. So I would be leaning towards Cobb, but the leave is, as you say, a little bit hard to stomach.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're totally right that this spot right here, if your opponent, from Adam's POV, if Noah has a good scoring tile and an A, this spot right here is easily the best scoring spot on the board. So he's neutralized it right now, given Noah nothing back. And in fact, we can see that that really hurt Noah's ability to score here. And he might be getting set to play Goji with Chi, which would then create a pretty good spot. Oh, okay. No, this is a much safer play. Sorry. This is a far better play than Goji. Jigget there to the T of Waifed. I think my instincts are telling me that that's a really nice play by Noah.
Yeah, he was probably looking forward to that spot by Crab for his J, but this was definitely a good backup option for him. Actually keeps maybe about as good a leave as you can hope to keep out of that awkward set of letters with two I's, a J, a G, a W. We saw Adam draw two V's, but Jigget actually does bail him out completely out of that rack. So perfect comeback play for Adam when his rack was looking extremely inflexible.
Yeah, that's tremendous. He actually drew VU on his 2-tile draw, which is not what he wanted to see. So Civi, certainly a great play. I want to point out it's rare to even see a word like this, but Adam actually had a word vivency available through this I, which would have scored a little bit better, of course, at a cost of opening a Y in the triple lane. So Civi does have some defensive benefit to it. But either way, it's amazing. I think the most amazing thing to me is that Adam actually had two really good scoring plays from his rack of CVVYUEN or UN or something like that. Just an absolutely god-awful rack, but he had two really good plays with it. So how bad could it really be?
Right. That's when people say they got really unlucky because they drew two V's and a U. Adam's the kind of player where if he draws two V's and a U, that's actually lucky for him.
Well, it's hard to imagine what would be unlucky for him, but then again, that's why he wins so many Scrabble games. You can definitely manufacture a lot of your own luck in this game by the simple, easy task of learning the dictionary inside and out.
So we haven't touched on it yet, but the play of Dick by Noah does actually offer some 4-tile extensions for it. Nobody's drawn any of them yet, and we might not be actually saying some of them out loud, but the audience can use their imaginations. That
Just
spot
be
is
careful.
still available.
Just be careful. We encourage you all to point out plays of that nature, but in a tactful, respectful way. That's all we'll say. I mean, we're not about to be banning people out here. Just be respectful, everyone. But yes, that does feel like there are definitely plays that you could see going across there. It takes a little creativity to think of them. Noah, by the way, playing Va on his previous move. You see he's got that first blank on his rack, which he has to be very happy to see. Of course, with the WM combination on his rack, that kind of hurts his ability to bingo. He didn't have one playable there. So dumping that W does seem like a great way to pump up his chance for next turn.
Yeah, if you don't have any bingos on your rack and you've got a blank, it can be sort of hard to know what to do. But playing off the W, which is the least flexible bingo tile out of the letters that he had, certainly seems correct. Va also sort of sets up sort of a marginal bingo line under the W. Starting with a vowel. Not a ton of bingo lines on this board at the moment, unless you have an S for quilts. Also the T of quilt, looking very fruitful for bingos when you have a blank, but it doesn't hurt to have more spots.
Totally agreed. It really is very dependent on, do you have an S to play a 7-letter word, and can you hit this T if you want to play an 8-letter word? As you said, there is a marginal lane after Va, but I think that play was less about setting up a lane for Noah and more grooming his rack and trying to hit that T, or maybe draw something. I think, in fact, a 7-letter word with a vowel will play alongside here. I think the only one on his rack is amorino, which I do think he's going to see. That's one of those words that looks really weird if you are not a Scrabble expert that's been poring over the dictionary. But at Noah's level, he will definitely at least know that word. The only question is that rascally blank. Is that going to make a problem for him to see it?
Yeah, the blank seems like a good tile. It seems like it's good when you draw it, but then when you're sitting there iterating through all the letters it could be, and not finding anything, worrying that you're going to miss something, that's when it starts to seem a little bit like a curse. Nobody's ever going to turn down a blank, obviously, but it does come with its own set of challenges.
Yeah, it's funny because when you mentioned quilty earlier in the game, Charles, I looked up the definition because I knew that quilty isn't a word, but blankety is a word. But when I looked up blankety, the definition that was given was not like a blanket, but instead was an unmentionable word, as in blankety blank, this, such and such blankety blank, redacted. So I was expecting the definition to be like a blanket, and it isn't even that. So perhaps that's why quilty is not an acceptable word either. So there's a little
I guess
flavor.
Bed coverings don't have a superlative. That's what we've learned here today.
They are incomparable, and no one should even try to compare themselves to a quilt or a blanket. So there you go. But Adam's taking a while on this, actually. We haven't really, delved into what he's going to do here. I think the tricky thing is that he's got this S. He surely has some good bingo tiles that he wants to go for, but he's decided that there is really no opening play or rather, no play that uses up like maybe a U or an M or the P and something like that doesn't open up a lot to Noah. For example, he could have played something like MEU in this spot with that rack off of the Y of Civi, but that opens up a really easy triple for Noah to hit on a board that really lacks opportunity like that. So Adam has gone the totally different tack and played Pensum here to take out that S hook and go for some of the other goodies in the bag. And I don't know, that's a really interesting play. It's going to give up Amorino as a counter, but I feel like Adam's instinct was pretty right on there.
Yeah, I actually do like Adam's thought there. He was seeing that there's not a lot of high-scoring plays he can make without burning the S. And after Noah just played off 2 tiles, he just played off AW. He's certainly feeling that Noah might be close to a bingo. So taking out that easy spot with quilts, making it considerably harder to bingo. We can see it didn't fully work because Noah did actually fit a bingo on the board, but it was a lot harder to get a bingo on the board after Pensum. So I do like Adam's thought there, especially after the play of Vaw by Noah.
Yeah, that's an extra reason why making an opening like MEU here is so scary. Noah just played really short, just 2 tiles, no attempt to play anymore. That means he's got 5 tiles he probably likes. So not the best time to float letters in the triple lane. Also, one option for Adam on that Pensum turn, maybe he just considers playing Emu here. The problem with that, scores only 11 points. Pensum getting 27 points, a significantly higher amount. So if you're going to be playing for such a low score, but you have a score 16 higher on offer, it's going to be hard to turn that down. So I definitely just want to emphasize that play of Pensum. Very few players would have made that one, but that's what makes Adam pretty special.
Yep, the Pensum is cons only. I don't actually know the word, so put me in the category of players who would not make the play.
That's part of the reason. I didn't specifically call that out, but it's an obscure word. You have to know it to play it, and Adam is one of the few that does. But even among that group that does know it, I think it took some extra insight to be able to get it down. But nicely done by Noah to spot his overlap of Amarino and take a pretty solid lead, not quite 60 points. And Adam drew another S, but not the best tiles to surround it, Charles.
Yeah, the 4E draw, I guess just a 3E draw, he kept one with Pensum. Not going nicely with the I, the G, and the S. I actually, at this point, don't see anything good that I like. Maybe Reggie from the R of Amarino to set up his S. That could be an option.
That's interesting. So pointing out possibly being able to play 3 vowels and 1 consonant right here in a way that does set up the S to go down. So that makes some sense. I feel like Adam may feel like the score is close enough that he can be a little more cautious. That play makes sense. Another option, though, he can, because we are playing the Collins lexicon, he can just dump 2 E's. We love our old Scottish phrases for eyeballs. And we basically owe Scotland a huge debt in international Scrabble for providing us a lot of our most useful archaic words. And the 2 E's is a viable option here. That would leave both of his 2 consonants. So we'll see. Either way, it's not a good situation when your optimal plays are kind of 16, 12 point type plays with marginal leaves behind them.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling when you're stuck with these letters and you don't have a scoring play available. It just feels like you're treading water, actually not even treading water, but losing ground. Because especially in Collins, you can expect your opponent's average score to be around 30 or more points per turn. So if you're only scoring 16 and keeping a marginal lead, that's not going to cut it in most games.
Yeah, for sure. I would say at this level, it's probably even in the mid 30s for these players. Of course, that is dependent a lot on the board. Going into a game, not knowing how the board is going to shape up, could probably assume somebody like Adam is going to average in the mid to something like 35, 6, 7 points. Noah won't be too far behind. A similarly strong player. Certainly Adam is in a class of his own as one of the top players in the world. So it's hard to measure yourself against him. But again, Noah's pedigree is pretty impressive too. So yeah, it's tough. Just want to point out too that Noah has a 7-letter bingo on his rack of aphelia. It doesn't look like that's going to play anywhere, nor do I think it will play after any reasonable candidate option from Adam. So Noah's going to have to break up that rack. It is one of the everyday tragedies, Charles, of the Scrabble player, drawing a nice bingo word that you see but cannot fit on the board.
Yeah, especially when you just sort of draw a natural bingo out of the bag, like Ophelia. You weren't fishing for it. You weren't really grooming your rack. It happily appears in your assortment of 7 letters. Then it doesn't play, and you're just sort of back to starting over. So it is sad, but it happens to all of us. And only the most obsessive among us keeps a tally of their orphaned bingos.
Oh God, are there actually people that tally those over the course of a tournament? I've never gotten to that point of obsessiveness, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if there's any real people who do that. If you're out there, probably better for your mental health not to tally your orphan bingos.
Yeah, consider channeling that energy into something more productive, like counting your blanks or counting your E's, or any number of other toxic behaviors that aren't that. Of course, that's a more common thing. A lot of players, I fall into that trap for sure. Sometimes when things are going bad, I can't help but go back through my score sheets and figure out how many of those blanks did I draw after all. There does seem to be some correlation with how well you perform at tournaments and how many of those beautiful tiles with nothing on them you draw. But I really do think that focusing energy into that is kind of a waste. I think your energies are usually better spent elsewhere. Okay, interesting. We didn't have this on our radar, Charles. Adam is clearly not wanting Noah to get a free crack at that triple lane, but I think he still may have some plays up there. They might be a little trickier to spot, though.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Adam did not really have a good play through the A. Actually, really didn't have any plays through the A that would score and get rid of the letters that he wanted to get rid of. And rather than just leave it open for Noah to hit, he basically makes the play that disrupts it the most while still getting rid of what he wants to get rid of. Does, as you say, Will, does not completely disrupt the A, because AG is very easy to play through. AGE words are always, at the forefront of people's minds. But he's just making his, best attempts to make sure there's not a triple or other bingo being played through that A of Amarino.
So this is okay. Phage. There's a lot going on this play. So with Ophelia on Noah's rack, Adam drew kind of nicely. This is where we could easily, if not for Noah's play of Phage, it looked like he was getting ready to play agapi, which is a valid word. AG, forget about the PH for a second. AGAPAE, that is a valid word. Not extending a play to that middle triple would have allowed Adam to play Dickiest. Let's try to keep it mature in the chat. That would have been a really strong play for Adam, barring any bingos that he may have had. I'm not sure if there is one. So the fact that Noah was able to make a play extending to this triple did save him a little bit of damage there. There was one better play that extended in this direction for Noah, and that would have been aphagia through this AG. He could have played aphagia there, which would have been incredibly stylish, and maybe it would have led to slightly better vowel consonant balance on Noah's rack for this turn. But hard to find fault with the instinct, Charles, of Noah to extend to that middle triple.
Yeah, there are a couple extensions for Dick. Again, not calling too many of them out specifically. Another one that was available that I don't think is too off color is just Dictier, putting TIER after Dick, which it would be very likely given the pool. And so hitting that middle triple, even with maybe a slightly substandard play of Phage over aphagia, is the right idea for Noah.
Yeah, makes sense. So Adam quickly plays CSEE. If I'm Noah here, I'm a little concerned about how strong Adam has to be after a play like this, using an S and two E's for only 18 points. You have to give Adam a lot of credit for having very strong tiles. In fact, he now does have a bingo of linnets on his rack. It's not a really great place to get that bingo down. I'm not sure if there really is anywhere other than this right here. We'll see. It looks like, oh, nice. Is that going to leave Adam in a bit of trouble here after this nice overlapping play of Axel?
Yeah, at least from my perspective, it doesn't seem like Adam's bingo plays anymore after Axel. So Noah scores well with the X. Happens to block Adam's bingo. He can't really know that, obviously. We know it because we're sitting up here. Noah's probably mostly afraid that he just opened up an easy-to-use triple line. It just so happens that Adam didn't want that scenario. He wanted the E of C to stay open so he could play linnets for 63 or however many points that scored.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Maybe if we can cut to the analysis board quickly. Actually, Adam is probably getting ready to play, and he's a little low on time. So maybe we don't want to cut to it. And okay, here we go. Just real quick. This was actually from Noah's previous turn. So on his rack, he could have played something like axial in the same spot instead of axil. And had Noah done that, this A would have been a little easier to use. The I is actually quite difficult to overlap with, tiles compared to other vowels. So had Noah taken the extra points here, he would be getting hit with linnets right now. The same as if he played axilla or other plays that extend further down. So I'm almost positive that Noah's play of axil was intentionally defensive, making it a little bit more difficult to overlap all the way down. And he's paying huge dividends. As you can see, Adam's rack of linnets, we just put axial on the board. You can see that linnets would play right here for 75 points. So a huge swing. These little tiny nuances between plays determine so much. And I'm pretty sure that was intentional on Noah's part.
Yeah, just intuitively at this level, expert players, Noah is included in that category for sure, realize the defensive value of the I there versus the A, which basically every consonant goes after A. Would be very easy to hit the triple after a play like axial, even easier after axilla. So Adam just plays off the N. I think that makes some sense here. Setting up another easy bingo spot for himself. Now there's 2 over on that side of the board. Since he didn't really have any high scoring options available that didn't completely blow up his rack, I think pin is probably the right choice.
Yeah, and it's just such a huge difference, right? Bingoing for 70 plus or playing pin for 10, it just sets him back so much. It is an obvious fish, but it is also feels to me really like the right play, because when you hit your fish, you can bingo here, you can sometimes bingo here, you can sometimes bingo with pensums in a way that's difficult to stop. And oh, look at that, Charles. That is a killer play by Noah, by far the best play available to him here.
Yeah, really good find. Really nice overlap, and actually just knowing sort of an obscure 6-letter word like a nodal. All of those factors need to come together for Noah to make the right play, and he does it pretty quickly. So great play by Noah.
That's phenomenal. Yeah, that's just tremendous. And that is, it really, when you consider that Adam's going to go for something like 70 points here, but he's going to be forced now to do it here, I guess. I mean, even maybe he won't play there just because floating letters in the triple lane is just so dangerous. And now we see that Noah's drawn the second blank as well. So if Adam, facing this 130-point deficit, decides that he wants to gamble, he might get hit incredibly hard through the triple lane as a result with that nice flexible rack that Noah has and the second blank. So that play of a nodal, a major difference maker. Look at those beautiful overlaps here, 4 of them right here in the center of the word. Phenomenal play by Noah.
Yeah, it feels really good when you have letters like that, all 1 point and 2 point tiles, and you just are able to get 49 points out of them without bingoing. It feels like everything is aligned perfectly for you in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good feeling for sure. So Adam does bingo in the more dangerous spot. I think he does well to play Slinter instead of Snurtle in this same spot. The E in the triple lane is just so easy to use while also scoring well. I think the R makes it's volatile, which Adam needs at a deficit, but it's not so easy for Noah to just hammer the spot in response. And it actually makes a huge difference here. An E in this spot with Snurtle instead would have led to up reared as a triple for Noah at minimum, maybe some other stuff as well. Noah has bingos here, but they're not going to hit quite as hard. Let me give Adam his points too. So
yeah, Adam's only down by looks to be around 60 points at this moment. So he doesn't need to do something like Snurtle. The situation is not so dire that he has to go completely insane and put E's in the triple line. There's still ways for him to come back that don't involve hitting a huge triple. So Slinter does seem to be the correct play. It's usually going to get blocked, that triple. So doing something like Snurtle is, it's way too desperate for what Adam's situation actually is.
Yeah, I agree that Adam is very good at being just risky enough with his play, like just aggressive enough. He knows he needs the extra points for Slinter as well. He's down by enough that every point counts. And he knows he needs the volatility of an open triple. But putting an E there is just too much risk to incur even at this score. You're just going to, there will be some kind of game ending response by Noah too often. Okay, but it's been pointed out, Adam actually has a triple through this R of oneriest, however you would say that odd adjective. But Noah might only be able to find bingos like raptured or grandeur. So this is kind of tricky. Does Noah go ahead and play something? It looks like he's getting ready to play grandeur. And that makes another triple lane. So I was just wondering if maybe Noah would consider playing something like Dura through this R and leaving no possibility that Adam could play a triple. He is going to play Oneriest immediately, and that's going to get the score to be pretty darn close, Charles, after this play.
Yeah, my thinking in a situation like Noah just found himself in is, well, if I bingo here, at least I can mostly withstand the triple. So I'll just play the bingo that I see. Triple is kind of the worst case scenario, but when you've got a 2 bingo lead, you might be able to withstand it. But so I probably wouldn't do something like Dura. I would be really upset that I had upreared and didn't see it. That would be maybe the playing through the E of Slinter with a bingo, even though there was just one bingo available through that E. That would be my goal on that turn.
Yeah, for sure. So upreared, I had mentioned it as a possible triple after Snurtle, but it would have played here through this E that would have obstructed the R, and it would have made a D in this spot where it's actually quite difficult to triple through a D in 7th position in a word. Typically, the D likes to be the last letter in a word, ED, other suffixes, oid, things like that. Really, ED is the primary one. But either way, Noah's draw here, I think from Adam's POV, Oneriest had some chances here if he could draw the Z for this spot. The Z going down here for 60 plus points there, but you can see Noah has it on his rack. So Adam had real chances to put Noah in a bind and force him to, maybe Adam could draw a big Z play that plays into this R, as well as a play here that would have been devastating, and Noah couldn't block both. Instead, Noah all he really has to do is make sure that Adam cannot bingo anywhere through any of these open letters on the board. I don't think there even is a threat to worry about. And then Noah is going to bomb his Z and run away with this endgame. But there were absolutely chances there. So it is astounding to see Adam in the lead in this game after basically trailing the whole way.
Yeah, Oneriest was exactly what he needed to take the lead in this game. And as you say, Will, there were certainly plenty of ways that he could win in the end game after Oneriest. It wasn't one of those situations where you catch up in the pre-end game and you just know you're sunk because your opponent's always going to have something good somewhere on the board. This wasn't one of those situations. There were unseen tiles in the pool that would leave Noah with very few good plays, and that's not the case here. He's got the Z. The Z is so good in Collins. It seems like you're always scoring at least 40 points with the Z when you're playing Collins. And Noah's got some points here that will make his endgame very easy.
Yeah, from his POV, he's just making 1,000% sure that Adam doesn't have anything through. For me, I would be looking at this E and double checking my tracking. You can see Noah's score sheet is somewhere down there. He's looking at it to and fro, making absolutely sure, looking at the board. What are Adam's final 7 letters? Because you really don't want to lose a game just by being careless, especially with 7 minutes on his clock. Make absolutely sure that you have tracked his tiles correctly, then confirm, no bingos through those tiles, and then he's home free. So really, this is going to be a nice win for Noah against one of the best players in the world and one of the best players in this very strong field from Montreal Scrabblefest.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you're sitting at 1 and 2, not the start that Noah wanted in this tournament to beat probably the best player in the field and start improving your record a little bit. It's going to feel really good. But he's definitely going to do his due diligence here to make sure that he's not giving this game away. That would be very painful. Something like Hayes, even though it scores 7 points, still would lose to an out bingo if the out bingo scored enough. So you can't take this for granted here.
Yeah, so always like to see that. Very patient. He looks totally unperturbed. I think he knows, in all likelihood, if he is correct with his tile tracking, that he's going to be just fine here. Adam's still laser focused.
Yeah, if I'm Noah here, my worry is that there's a bingo that I'm not seeing. Like somehow my word knowledge is failing me, and that there's a bingo in FINORTU that like something high probability through the E that I'm just blind to. So he's probably just giving it a ton of thought, probably even writing those letters down in alphagram order and making sure that there's truly nothing that Adam can do.
Yeah. Can't forget this. The D is something you got to at least look at. It's kind of off beaten path. There's nothing. I feel like I'm only seeing fruition as a possible. There might be other stuff with that rack, but either way, the existence of even one bingo there. Oh, also there's a Collins verb form ending in G, footring. So there are a couple 8-letter words there, and if you see Adam's letters and you're quickly saying, oh, crap, if he has an I open, he'll play fruition, that's probably enough to scare you into looking closely at all the other letters on the board. But yeah, this was, it could have been a totally different game here. It's hard to analyze any Scrabble game this way with the butterfly effect leading to all kinds of different branching paths, but there were certainly several turns where Noah made moves that took Adam's best options away. So even going back to, early in the game, like Phage's blocking extensions to Dick, and then Axel preventing Adam from bingoing when so many other candidate options in that spot would have given Adam the ability to play Linux. And then, of course, Noah spotting a nodal, by far his best play. Maybe if he doesn't see that, the game score is significantly closer here. But yeah, that's Scrabble, Charles. It's hard to analyze games going back like that.
Yeah, the utility of figuring out the best play in a given position, it sort of becomes like muddled over time as you get towards the end of the game. With everything that happened, if you think that all the tile draws are going to be the same, you draw the same tiles after every candidate play. Obviously not the case. That's maybe the only way that you can think about it in a way that makes sense. So definitely not the most useful exercise to try to figure out exactly how things would play out from a play 10 or 12 turns ago.
Yeah. It's usually the most you can do is one turn. If you are choosing between two plays that have the same number of tiles played, then you can think about what would happen if you had the same draw after play B compared to play A. But other than that, it's really difficult. But yeah, Dozier is the play for Noah. Maybe he's just overlooked the big Z spot. I don't really know why you wouldn't take so many extra points there, other than Noah just doesn't want Adam to bingo through this R. Maybe Noah can't say for sure whether Adam has a bingo through that R or not. Maybe he sees something that he's not sure of, and he's just decided, I'm going to block this. Yes, it's not the best play for his point spread, but it's definitely still going to be a winning play for him. So if he has any doubt, that's part of why the absolute strongest players in the world often rack up the bigger point spreads in their differentials because they have that confidence to know in situations like this, yeah, he doesn't have a bingo to an R. I'm going to go ahead and play something like hazed or a doze or something here because I know he won't play anything there. Players will sacrifice a lot of scoreboard points to make absolutely sure they're not losing the game in devastating fashion. And there's really nothing that wrong with that, Charles.
Yeah, I'm exactly in that camp where if there's a game I really want to win, I will sacrifice spread in the end game to ensure that there's no unforeseen disaster. And you pointed out Noah's score sheet earlier, Will. I never saw him retrack the game. So he's probably thinking there's a chance that he's mistracked and that there's a killer play through the R that's going to lose him the game. So he's just playing it safe. We can see they're talking about it after the game. Noah immediately points at Dozier, probably saying exactly what we're saying here, just trying to avert some kind of unforeseen tragedy. So I'm totally in that camp, totally understand the rationale there.
Yeah, agreed. So I think we did have player interviews yesterday, but I think Noah has requested that the interview is not really his bag. Also, Adam very kindly agreed to interview yesterday, but that was when he won a game. So perhaps we won't bother the players with the interview post game. Maybe later we'll be able to do more of those interviews with the players. But that was, it did not feel like Adam was destined to have a lead at any point in this game. And he really had serious chances after that triple of drawing the Z and creating a very difficult situation for Noah in the end game. But it is Noah's win. Noah played very well. He made a number of extremely good plays in this game. Certainly to me, the standout was A Nodal really sealing up that top right of the board and scoring so well. Charles, nicely done to Noah.
Yeah, Noah definitely played very well this game. Nearly flawlessly. There were a couple plays that we thought could have been improved on, like Aphagia versus Phage, and obviously the end game where he's playing it safe. But otherwise, he played it exactly like he needed to and got the win because of it.
Yeah, so we can get a live look now at the standings. Again, it feels a little early after just a few rounds, and you can see Quinn James atop the standings there. They're having a really good tournament, but Matthew Tunnicliffe not far behind. Matthew just with an absolutely dominating performance. I think even just last week at the Niagara Falls tournament. So nobody's going to be surprised to see him towards the top of the standings. We know that Adam Logan just dropped his game there. He's in fourth, and he's going to drop down to 2-2. But nobody in their right mind is counting Adam out. Just we know how strong of a player he is. And the newcomer, Neil Gahn, you can see, look at that rating. It's moving up. And he's there nestled amongst players in the 2000s as also, I think, that was just Adam dropping down. So, yeah, I think we're very likely, Charles, to see Neil on the stream at some point. I'm curious to see what he's going to bring.
Yeah, definitely like to see those new up-and-comers, especially in the Collins divisions where it can be a tough road to hoe for intermediate level players to make the next step just because so nice to see Neil making his way up and having a good tournament so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there is a sense, like for me personally, when you reach a certain level in the North American lexicon, I was, even before in 2017, when I was very lucky to win the North American Championship, I had basically decided at that point that after that year, win or lose, I was going to switch to Collins because I had reached a point where it was really intriguing to me to play the same lexicon as people all around the world. The idea of traveling to different countries that I'd never been and playing the best Scrabble players there was very appealing to me. But that's something that I think the motivations behind that, if you're happy with Scrabble club and you're not aspiring to play the best Scrabble players all over the world, then the motivations to switch to that international dictionary might not be as powerful. So I do feel like that's part of the reason why there is a skew towards some of those really strong players, at least in North America. I don't know. Does that feel off base, Charles, or do you have any other insight or theories there?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to sort of get sectarian violence toward, like, when it comes to lexicons. I try not to get involved too much with it. At least my motivation for switching was I felt like my strong suit was learning words. You switch to Collins, there's more words to learn. Playing to my strengths, which is word knowledge, and hopefully minimizing my defects, which is, everything else about the game of Scrabble. So maybe slightly different motivations, but motivations nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the dictionary is a little bigger. If you are a person that likes to learn words, which I count myself in that group as well, I feel that it's fun. It scratches kind of that itch. I talked about it in a video about comparing Scrabble to Magic the Gathering. Very few people have ever agreed with me on this, but I've always felt that Scrabble scratches that same collector's itch in my mind that I used to get playing collectible card games. I like to play the game for sure, and it's great that you can play a really high level strategy game in Magic, but I also like collecting the cards because they're fun. And I think it's kind of the same situation in Scrabble in some ways, where you've got this incredibly deep, rich, strategic game, but you also have this really cool resource in the form of the words in the dictionary that are just fun to add to your arsenal. So I definitely relate to that too. I think our next matchup is going to be Neil Gann versus veteran, strong Scrabble player Bradley Whitmarsh. I have a terrible record against Bradley. He just owns me, so I'll be interested to see whether he can bring that same, level of torture to Neil. I don't know how, but Bradley just kills me over the board. There's always that one person like that, Charles. I don't know if you have anybody that is like the boogeyman for you.
Definitely, for my case, playing mostly in the Midwest, Lisa Odom from the Twin Cities just owns me repeatedly. Very strong player, and seems to get even stronger whenever she sits down across from me.
Yeah, there's always. I mean, I guess with Scrabble, if you play enough different people, there are going to be some that you get great results against, and others where the coin flips the opposite side. So yeah, that'll be our next matchup. It's going to come in just a couple minutes. We are just finishing up round 4, and we're still got a lot of Scrabble today and tomorrow. 15 rounds in the main event for Montreal Scrabblefest 2024, presented by Let's Play Scrabble and Game Players Organization. I guess now would be a good time to do my usual gentle encouragement, that if you are enjoying the stream, a really easy way to show your appreciation is clicking, just kind of indiscriminately, clicking as many buttons as you can underneath that stream. I'm going to be clicking the subscribed button. Unfortunately, that's going to unsubscribe me because I was already subscribed. I'm going to click the thumbs down button, and I'm going to click the save button so I save it to my synthwave music playlist. Charles, what buttons are you going to click on this YouTube video?
I'm clicking basically everything other than the X that closes the window. Everything else is fair game.
Yeah, actually, just clicking the like button. That's what I meant to say this whole time. That's the button that I meant to say. I'm going to click that now, and hopefully we can get that number higher. Always trying to support our Scrabble streaming over on Let's Play Scrabble, other channels. This is our pathway to bigger and better things here. I believe in it very strongly, and hopefully you guys out there do too, as we continue to grow our presence here. So help us out if you can, clicking those buttons. What does report do? I don't know. You can find out. Fortunately, we did not have an extension to Dick in the previous game, so there's not that much to report right now. But maybe next game will be different, Charles.
Yeah, I guess just implying the extensions to Dick might be reportable. We'll see what the YouTube moderators have to say about that. But certainly, if you can avoid it, let's not press our luck. And we don't want Let's Play Scrabble to get banned, have to move to a new channel, undoing several years of very hard work building up those subscriber numbers.
Yeah, for sure. Got to keep that momentum going. So, yeah, final plug again. Huge shout out to Word Game Players organization. Very, very generous $5,000 contribution to the prize pool of Montreal Scrabblefest, a national level organization, really all of North America. And if you want to learn more and maybe find a tournament near you, you can go to their website, which Charles, I mean, I hesitate to say anything about the website with Charles here. It really should be you doing it. But yeah, wordgameplayers.org.
Yeah. Me and my brother responsible for the revamped WGPO website. So
amazing.
Go there, and if there's something that you don't like about it, I guess you know who to blame.
It's a beautiful site. It looks gorgeous. Hopefully I can't imagine anybody finding great fault with it. But with all of our plugs complete, I think the players are getting ready to start round 5 matchup. So maybe we will cut to the board and see our preview here. There you see Neil on the left and Bradley on the right. Again, this is definitely a newcomer versus veteran type matchup, Charles, between these two.
Yeah, just like the previous round between Noah and Adam, here we've got newcomer Neil Gann versus longtime high-level player Bradley Widmarsh. Looks like he's wearing his 2015 Nationals t-shirt. I don't know if that's an intimidation tactic or just, what he happened to pull out of the closet today. Definitely demonstrating to Neil and all the viewers that he's been at it for a long time.
That's hilarious if it was. I mean, Bradley is one of the friendlier people that you could hope to meet in the Scrabble community. So the idea of any intimidation tactic coming from him on purpose is that would be pretty impressive. I would just say, though, from my POV, my old Nationals shirts are all sort of tattered and destroyed. So I'm impressed that his 2015 shirt is even still in working order as a garment. So huge props to Bradley for his sartorial care.
Yeah, definitely. I've exercised in my Nationals shirts, and some of them are not suitable for public viewing, let's say.
Yeah, that shirt's probably long gone from my wardrobe, sadly. But maybe that's a referendum on me. Maybe I need different detergent or something like that. Anyway, Neil's got some weird tiles. Look at all those high pointers, Charles. He would love to score with that H or F with a 5-letter word, but I'm not really sure one exists. And it looks like he has dropped back down to a 3-letter fa. I actually think that could be his best play here.
Yeah, I believe so. He does leave some synergy with DIMN left on his rack, and I think you correctly point out there's no way to hit one of those high-scoring consonants on the double-letter score for an opening 5 or 6-letter word. So this is his next best bet. A little bit sad with letters like that you can't do anything better, but correctly realizing and relatively quickly that nothing better was there.
Yeah, it's nice. I guess you get a little extra boost from the M right here. Of course, a play going across is likely to open up more than you might like, but maybe Neil is thinking that somehow if Bradley, maybe he plays an O in this spot and that gives him an ability to play the M anyway. Either way, the primary benefit of Fa is just getting both of those 4-point tiles off of your rack at once. We can see a tale of two problems here. Bradley with way too many vowels and Neil with way too many consonants. And the board is not very good for either one of those problems right now.
Yeah, the best play for Brad here might just be oboe on top of fa, getting rid of as many vowels as you can while basically scoring as nicely as you can. It is tempting to use the M under the H for but other than maybe playing moob or something, or mob, not a lot of tantalizing
Moob,
options there.
Moob is a sticky S, and
Oh, that's right.
let's not torment the chat with that one because they're gonna enjoy that. That is not one of our old Scottish words. It is a more contemporary word. Again, trying to keep it above board. But yes, feel free to enjoy that one. But yeah, oboe, the thing about the suggestion of oboe, which I definitely think does a lot of great things for Bradley here, uses 3 vowels and only 1 consonant. That's exactly the sort of play he needs. He is going to play. Oh, okay. I think he was considering playing this word underneath, but realizing that FO is not valid, he's decided to play MOB on top. This is a very high scoring play, Charles, but it does leave him with 3 vowels.
Yeah, I think I do prefer oboe here. Maybe what you were getting at, Will, before Brad made his play is oboe does set up the triple letter score very, very easily. Lots of high scoring consonants go before the E. So maybe giving up 26 or 30 points when you don't need to. But the keeping 3 vowels versus keeping 2 vowels and 1 consonant, I think that would sway me towards oboe rather than mob.
Yeah, it's tough because there is some benefit defensively to not opening that spot. So oboe again would slot the E right here, and you can get hammered on that spot with a number of things. Mob offers very little back. This M spot is, this is negligible as a threat. Neil makes a tremendous play though of just the 3 tile. We've seen this. This is one that's kind of in that Q without a U class of words, these words with no vowels in them. I think this one is of Welsh origin, but given that Neil had 6 consonants and 1 vowel on his rack, this play was by far his best option here, like by a mile. There was nothing else even close in terms of keeping a good rack balance. And he was rewarded karmically with a Z blank draw, Charles. Not bad.
Yeah, that's again, Coombe was an extremely good play. I hesitate to call it a word with no vowels because it's Welsh, and in Welsh the W is a vowel.
Yes.
So an unconventional vowel, but a vowel nonetheless. But it was really the perfect play in his situation. And seeing the Z blank, he's got to be feeling pretty good early in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Bradley responds with a nice little overlapping play that takes a bit of the sting out of it. Well, actually, this was going to be kind of difficult to overlap. You would need a U to play UMM, first of all. But I guess the nice thing about it, 2 vowels, no consonants. Bradley can do a little bit better to get his rack in order. And in fact, he now has a 7-letter bingo on his rack that seems very likely to go down next turn. So well done to Bradley. Another option there might have been, I don't even hesitate to say this word, but like Yuge or something like that. Yuge, something like that. Would have gotten a couple more vowels off along with the G at a cost of opening up this triple in a very dangerous manner. And in fact, Neil would have hit that spot incredibly hard with the play of Bays had Bradley played that. So much more defensive option. It's going to limit Neil's choices here quite a bit. And I wonder what actually he is even going to play on this somewhat constricted board.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to do with the Z on this board. We always say the Z is such a good tile in columns, but the Z on this early constricted board, not a lot of bonus spots open on the board. I mean, what do you do here?
So he's gone with Dib, keeping the Z. I think that makes sense. As you allude to, Charles, the Z is a great tile in general, and usually, even on a board that's not very good, holding on to it can be lucrative because you will eventually get a nicer place to play it. Let's see if we're going to see that taking effect right now, because now after Swan, I don't even know if I'm saying that right either. There is a Z spot coming down here that's pardon my horrible Z. Let me try again. There we go. You can see a spot goes down here. I'm just wondering, though, about dib, that maybe dab might have been an interesting choice, because that would allow you to play IZ plays on top in that spot as well. So maybe that helps the Z to gain more value had Neil played dab instead of dib, but that's really a hair splitting type play. So anyway, nicely done by Bradley to get that bingo down. And now it's up to Neil with these duplicated tiles to do something with his Z.
Yeah, and what's jumping out to me right away is just something like azan to the left of that French word, which I'll also fail to pronounce correctly. Soigny. We're just going to say it American. Something like azan keeps good letters, keeps NR blank, and sort of sets up a decoy spot. Bradley might be looking to play to the N of azan and leave perhaps the I of Soigny open for bingos.
Yeah, interesting. Also being pointed out, Zanana through this E would have been an interesting choice. That would have scored 50 points and left something like, what would it have left?
Just R blank, I guess.
Well, oh yeah, the Z would have been there. R blank at a cost of making a big S hook. I kind of like Azan, though. I don't know. It seems much more difficult to do too much. It's only a 2-tile overlapping play that goes down here. Maybe those can still score enough and be simple enough to do that. Zanana is okay, but either way, those are two very competitive choices, and the game is basically knotted up after Neil gets a 50-point play for the Z. It's kind of a good case in point, Charles. Neil kept his Z, just assuming the board would be better on his next move to do something lucrative with it, and that is exactly how things played out.
Yeah, you can't know for sure that your opponent's going to open up a 40-point Z spot, but you can, if you don't have a good Z play on your current turn, you can sort of know that eventually at some point in the next few turns, a Z spot or a good Z play should materialize for you. Especially if you have the blank with extra flexibility, you might get like a 60-point Z play with a blank. Definitely seems correct to hold on to it and see what would become of it.
Yeah, totally agreed. It looks like Bradley is about to make a play that's been pointed out in chat, which this looks like a phenomenal overlapping play. You get a bunch of extra points for the Z in Z, but do add for 37. That looks great. Not sure that there could possibly be anything better than that. It even leaves a decent 3-tile leave of LIT. Maybe Bradley can draw an E, which will start to improve that even more. It's notable, too, that the T is kind of nice. If you can draw a bingo ending in something like TE, you'll be able to play a 7-letter word with oft there. So it's not, I wouldn't call that a likely outcome, but it's certainly a factor that's worth considering and bumping up the T as a tile you want to keep ever so slightly.
Yeah, Duad basically it's the perfect play, I think, for Bradley here. Scores well, keeps about as good a leave as he can hope for. Slight downside is it does set up you can make I'd or Ids off of Id. NWL viewers might not know the word IDE, but that comes up often in Collins games. But certainly not enough of a downside to dissuade him from making that play.
Yeah. It does also, in addition to what you said, Charles, that the E hook, so you can definitely have plays ending in E, ES, not ED, but I think ER, that would also play. But this is also kind of a nice spot if you have an A for Zeta, and Neil does. So we could see possible plays if he knows the weird N hook on ANA, which is not a given. It's hard to know for sure. As a newer player, what are Neil's strengths and weaknesses? Does he know all of those, a 4-letter word like this without a high point tile might take a while to learn, especially because there are valid words in these 4 letters, such as nana and Anna and nan, like the bread. Maybe a word like anan would slip past his notice. So he might not even know that he has this hook here. But if he does, something like NAW, gnaw, right here is going to score quite well and be a decent play for him. But Bradley is sitting on a bingo, which I expect him to see, and he's got a nice spot to play it right here, which the play of gnaw is not going to address.
Yeah, and I think we did see Neil briefly set up gnaw on his rack. Might be one of those players who rearranges letters for the sake of the commentators. And yeah, it looks like he does spot the word. So nice sort of hidden little spot there for Neil.
Very nice. Yeah, very nicely done. And now it's just a word knowledge sort of test for Bradley. Does he see the 7-letter word on his rack? My guess is that he surely will. I would also note that the hooking madness could continue here. This takes an A. So if either player gets an AS combination, this spot, well, it's going to get a little bit less damaging now, as Bradley does see his playable bingo. But we could see something here eventually be quite lucrative. Bradley plays his bingo, and Charles not going the right direction for Neil.
Yeah, the downside of gnaw was keeping 2 R's. Of course, you don't expect to be punished for that infraction by drawing 2 more R's. It's exactly what happened to Neil here. And looks like he's holding the play. It's just after that draw and then getting bingoed on, it's hard to take. He's not going to take it if it's phony. So I don't blame the extra 5 points here from Neil's perspective.
And now we have, look at this beautiful, snazzy new challenge cam. This is just tremendous. It gets the little dramatic pause. You can see the play is valid. Love that camera angle there. That's pretty snazzy production behind the scenes there. Courtesy of wordjudge.me. In fact, I believe that's Art Moore's snazzy new tool. Impressive. So, yeah. Anyway, Ventel's getting the extra 5 points for the challenge. I've added that to Bradley's score. And Neil, to his credit, rebounds quickly and plays off what I believe to be by far his best play, getting rid of at least 2 of those 4 R's, as well as the J of juror. Again, many words, Charles, that I hesitate to pronounce because I don't want to get roasted by the chat.
Yeah, I guess the only consolation is probably most of chat also doesn't know how to pronounce that word. I think is that one South African? I don't really remember. So we might be good there.
It is.
But definitely a good play to get rid of the J and duplicate R's. The downside for Neil is that this board is quickly becoming unfriendly to bingos. The C in Coom, perhaps his best shot at this point, given that he does not have a T for oft.
Yeah, true. That C is going to be tough to block, while also, like, if Bradley, let's say Bradley even wants to block this C, if he doesn't have a T, it will be very difficult for him to do that at all, unless he has a really long word from that C. That would be the best way to do it. There's no other sort of scoring play that he can make that will obstruct it sort of as a secondary element of the play. And he's just going to go ahead and there we go, everybody. It's the sex word, literally.
Yeah, everybody have fun with that, but not too much fun because we are capable of banning you.
I'm just, I mean, I don't want to joke too much, but I don't think I've ever banned anybody on YouTube. So if anyone wants to be the first, but please let me not say that because it's almost an inducement. So everybody be good. Let's keep it clean. Scrabble has some silly words sometimes. We've seen a lot of them already. And very nice. 1 playable bingo and 1 only for Neil. And at this score, it was really important that he see it. And he does. Aurorian to the N of Azan. That's a nice play. Good spot with the blank, Charles, and that gives Neil a little bit of life, especially if Bradley draws a few more consonants here.
Yeah, the game was getting a little bit out of hand for Neil after a couple high-scoring plays from Brad, including a couple bingos. Neil really needed to bingo soon, and missing a Rorian here would have been really devastating for his chances. So nice job keeping cool, not getting too down in the dumps about how the game's going up to this point, and finding the playable bingo.
This draw is going to be important for him. Bradley's drawn the cue, so he's going to slow down. Definitely no chance of bingoing or anything like that.
Oh, wow. So it looks like Bradley might do something like cat on top of dib, which would leave carotene from the C available for Neil.
Yeah. So carotene is exactly, this is like, couldn't work out better for Neil's comeback chances. Bradley is going to be hard pressed to turn down cat. And there you go. You can see this is a completely natural play on Bradley's part. From his POV, he's probably imagining that with many vowel draws, he'll be able to play something like graft or grift in this spot, which is exactly the sort of play that I was pointing out. This play scores very well thanks to the F in this spot and has the secondary attribute of blocking the C. But Neil is in a position to get the bingo down there right now. And best of all, it does not include the blank tile. So he could easily draw the second blank out of the bag to help him continue his comeback here. And now you can see after this play, the score is going to be knotted up. It looks like Bradley's kind of smirking a little. I don't know if that's a default face there. But yeah, look at that. The score is now back to 6 points only in Bradley's favor, Charles.
Yeah, so just as quickly as the game swung to Bradley in the first couple turns, it is swung back to Neil. And since they both achieved a swing towards themselves, we are at a pretty much even game. So nice job by Neil to manufacture that little mini comeback here in the middle of the game.
But my face when Bradley drew the YYU, I just did kind of, I don't know, I can't remember what Twitch emote it is of like the, ooh, it's not exactly PogChamp, but damn, that's not the draw Bradley wants. YYU is, you don't see a blank there. You don't see, I guess technically with 4 consonants, you are getting some vowel-ish, vowel-ishness. I hesitate to say that onto your rack, but it's going to be very difficult for Bradley to extricate himself from this. But Neil also hasn't drawn the second blank, and he's drawn some pretty unappealing tiles of his own. So both players in a bit of a bind. That second blank looming so large here. I would add, though, even if you draw it, it's not a lock that you're going to be able to play it anywhere useful right now.
Right. The board after Cot and Aurorian and Carotene is very limited in bingo spots, really just through the playing 8-letter words through the letters of Carotene, and only really the T and the E of Carotene. So maybe the blank isn't either player's first priority right now. It'd be obviously nice to draw it just so your opponent doesn't have it. But at this point, both players are probably looking more towards just pure scoring rather than going all out for bingos.
So Bradley plays Phi here. I love this play for him for a couple reasons. He has another possible play of YU. He keeps those 2 letters available. U in the lower right is going to score 37 more points. But if he does draw certainly the last S, as well as if he can draw over some period of time the S and or blank, he could play something like YU in the corner after he draws the last S to put maximum pressure on Neil. So by saving that in reserve, and maybe he was hopeful to draw an S after this play, it obviously we see it didn't work out. Instead, he drew 2 G's, which is just like at some point the good tiles are going to come out of the bag, Charles.
Yeah, at some point, somebody has to draw one of those tiles. And at that point, you can maybe start planning for the fact that you've drawn it. Planning for that in advance, especially setting up a huge spot like WEYS. seems a little bit aggro. I certainly wouldn't want to do that. So FY scores very well, keeps about as much flexibility as you can hope, and hopefully, can improve on things going forward. We see Brad do 2Gs, so maybe not this turn.
Yeah, it's just a struggle there. I say struggle. If he had a S available, he would have the not valid word. Let me make absolutely clear of struggly, but this has been a struggly sequence for Bradley. Then again, he's been up on the scoreboard rather the whole game, and he remains up by a solid amount here. So even despite those struggles with the poor draws over the last few turns, he's definitely still in strong position. It looked like Neil, on the other hand, was getting ready to possibly play Kep. I know that he had that set up on his rack right here. That looks like a pretty good play. It's worth noting PO. Normally, you might say, oh, there could be good overlapping plays here. There are some hooks to PO, but all of the A's appear to have been played already, so no Apo. Instead, he's going to, interesting. This is a bit of a point sacrifice, I think. He's giving up 6 points on the scoreboard to play this further down. I wonder if there's a particular reason for that. I don't know. I'm having trouble sussing it out, Charles.
Yeah, and actually this seems worse from a defense perspective because PE takes an O in front of it. There's still a bunch of O's left in the bag. We know Brad doesn't have one, but the chances of like a 30-point play coming down next to Kep all of a sudden got a lot higher rather than the spot 2 positions up.
Yeah, so something like there are still some pretty nice tiles that would fit there. The Y, actually, no, hold on. Let me make sure that I'm saving this so the unseen tiles is right because there shouldn't be a Y up there. Hold on. Why is it not? Anyway, Leggy looks like a good play here. I'm trying to figure out why the remaining tiles aren't looking correct. But either way, my point was that there are still lots of tiles that would fit quite nicely from Neil's POV. The Y, the H, the V, all of those with an O would score quite well. As you said, Charles, Bradley doesn't have any of those. And Bradley makes it what I think is a very solid play of Leggy, getting a lot of that clunky stuff off of his rack. And somebody, maybe it's going to be him right now, will draw that second blank. Is it coming? It's like a house of horrors for him right now. Jeez.
Yeah, I was looking at the unseen tiles and seeing all those eyes in a little bundle together, looking like a bundle of sticks. And when you see all those eyes as you're approaching sort of the pre-end game, that's going to strike fear into your heart, and strikes even more fear into your heart when they actually all show up on your rack at the same time as they did for Bradley. So rough draw. Meanwhile, Neil has a decent looking rack. It's not going to bingo, obviously. Struggling to see now that almost all of the spots on the board are exhausted, what he can do here. Maybe something like Iced from the Eye of Ventils and just sort of be aspirational. Then maybe you'll bingo in that area sometime soon. I'm not seeing a whole lot else for him.
Yeah, I agree. Iced, just to point out, the idea behind that is to play this here, and hopefully these eyes, if you could draw one, you would be very happy with that. Any more than that, and it starts to get dicey. So again, if Neil plays that, he would be getting rid of this, leaving vent. He's moving stuff around there. I feel like an eye draw and one only would actually help him bingo quite a lot through the new tiles that are created here. So it could be a reasonable choice. I feel like it's a very human move. Another possibility for him would just be to play X'd, and that is what he does down low. So this is a play that puts a really good letter out in space right here. He has an E for ED. I'm not 100% sure if he can even really draw anything that lets him play a bingo. Oh, okay. Well, now we're in business for an exciting end of the game here. as Neil's picked that second blank, and Bradley, even though he's currently got the lead, once we update that score, he's going to really struggle on this move.
Yeah, the options for him playing off like two I's into T into U, basically non-existent. He does have a couple plays he could try to make, but I'd be so tempted here to exchange a lot and go for the unseen S and the unseen blank.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you wouldn't, from Bradley's POV, I don't think you would want to keep an I with two more coming. I think an R would be an obvious keep just because you cannot draw another one. And that might be it for me, honestly. The rest of the tiles unseen to Bradley, with the exception of the V, are all pretty synergistic. You're almost certainly going to draw some nice combinations together. So you could see an exchange here for sure. Maybe a play that he would put on the board if he sees it, this is not your everyday play by any stretch, would be pariti, the plural of peritus. That scores 16 and gets rid of two of your three I's and one of your two T's. That's probably worth doing, but that's not the easiest to spot, and I really wouldn't begrudge him to exchange. I think I would be keeping just an R on this exchange, Charles.
Yeah, for me, it would be either R or RT. Certainly, I agree with you. The I's are not worth keeping when there's more of them waiting for you, plus some other vowels that can, help you get towards the bingo. Of course, we know that Neil has the blank, so Bradley's exchange at best will only yield an S for him. There's no blank coming unless Neil accidentally exchanges it or overdraws at this point and loses it. Something crazy like that. But from Bradley's perspective, there's good stuff in the bag that he can draw, and it looks like he is doing the exchange. Not the exact exchange that we were thinking of, but I think an exchange is a really good idea here.
It looks like he has done it, leaving IRT. So I'm curious. We know that Neil does not have an I on his rack. Could we see Bradley exchanging two I's and then drawing more I's here? That would be a tough outcome for him. Oh my God. So it seems like every draw down the stretch of this game for Bradley has been fraught somehow with some kind of disaster. And here he somehow picks EEOO, Charles, out of the bag.
Right, yeah, dodging all those nice consonants. Getting some of those nice vowels. He could have used one or two of those vowels. Drawing four of them is quite painful, and it feels like the advantage is really swinging towards Neil at this point.
Yeah, that's just amazing. Really, almost at any of these points, any one of those draws for Bradley going well would have made a huge difference for him. But I do really feel like, got to shout out Alex Dings in the chat. The game is leaning towards Neil Gann. That is, of course, some anagram humor. Neil Gann, an anagram of the word leaning. So there you go. This is the type of next level humor that is going on in the chat right now. Your thoughts on that, Charles?
Yeah, the internet humor from the Scrabble community never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Neil, what can he do? Just want to point something out. A natural play here, potentially, if you are a North American-based player, would just be to dump your V off here and try to draw a big bingo in this spot. This is a little too crazy because in Collins, this word takes an E hook. And from Neil's POV, there are enough E's left that you just can't open that spot willy-nilly to your opponent. Not only is it really bad for giving Bradley bingos that he might not be able to play otherwise, but you can also get hit with big scores too. Maybe that's okay if you bingo enough to this D that it could still be worth trying. I don't think I would be doing it. I would be aiming to do my best to hit this spot and not open anything new. And Peck is going to be the play instead. I get this as a play, but I really want to try to use the V if I can here.
Yeah, does this work to the D with anything other than an E draw? I'm not seeing anything off the top of my head with the I draw. Doesn't mean there isn't anything, but I would have wanted to do something that bingos a little bit more often.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there is always the chance of, if you can deplete E's from the back, if you can draw E's and Bradley plays an E, which he didn't, maybe you can set this up later with hooks that only you have. Like, let's say Neil drew an E instead and Bradley played an E on this play. Now you're starting to be in a situation where maybe playing that V is a lethal setup that's very difficult to block. So keeping the V for that to just the right time could be a nice, thing to hold in reserve. But Bradley making a really nice play of Wiro right here. This actually scores pretty well considering all of his low point tiles. Of course, we see his rack is continuing to struggle. He's going to have a hard time scoring points with these tiles. If Neil were to switch gears somehow or draw some kind of high scoring play somewhere, he might be able to, win this game without a bingo.
Yeah, that is something worth considering. It's not a guarantee that Neil actually bingos with this blank, given the state of the board. Bradley probably, just as much as we do, recognizes the state of the board as being extremely unfriendly to bingos and thinking there's a chance that he can just, play normally and outrun. With the letters he has, he's probably feeling like those chances are pretty dim because he's not going to be scoring here. But with Neil continuing to make low scoring plays, Bradley's still got a shot in this one.
Yeah, he plays Verl. It's only going to be a 9-point play that brings him in within a 1-point deficit. I think his thinking here, he does want to use the V, and he certainly wants to use the I, just knowing that there's a really high likelihood of drawing another one. He picks it up. He's thinking better of it. I wonder where he's going to go instead. Bradley's play of Wiro, so good to score a solid amount of points while also taking out this D, which really was the lone threat on this board. There's no other place right now where a bingo could have played. So Bradley did well. If he's going to keep a terrible leave, you might as well score okay. And I think he has to know, based on how poor his tiles are, that Neil was a favorite to hit that spot. He actually didn't have anything ready to play to that D, if anybody's curious. I see the rack cam slightly askew. I'm not sure if Neil knocked it there. But we know he's got that off-screen tile is the second blank. But yeah, what's he going to do? There we go. Back to Verl, Charles. This is a tough position. I don't really know exactly what I would do. I don't think it would be this, but I'm not about to, blast him for it or anything.
Yeah, I wonder, I was thinking doing something like Livre through the R of Jira. I mean, you're playing off your E. There's still a couple E's that you could theoretically draw, and you set up a bingo spot for yourself through the L. Score is a little bit more. I think I would have preferred something like that actually does set up a bingo line for myself, no matter how marginal it might be.
So the idea, Charles, is to play Livre, and that at least gives you a lane where there is space to play something through this L. The V does not offer that. Anyway, Bradley quickly plays IO through the G's of Leggy, making some overlaps there. What did he have? EEIIOTT, I think. So he's able to score decently. It's crazy, isn't it, Charles? He's now going to be up by 15 points. But that feels like a ton on this board.
Right, with the amount of scoring spots basically at none, it's almost none. A 15-point lead could be, insurmountable. But we see Neil make a really nice play here of het, setting up the S for shet. That's certainly a good idea for him to create a
Yes.
spot for himself.
Beautiful. That's going to be a real pain for Bradley to deal with. Not impossible, but it's going to be tough. So that's a nice idea. And that spot has kind of been lurking. We mentioned it before that maybe if Neil kept the V long enough, the tiles might shake out. If he was able to draw more E's, that he could play a vet here. Ooh, what did I do? Not sure what I did. Oh, I changed to something else. Okay, vet in this spot might have become unblockable, but actually that H is even more effective now with just really the S hook, or I guess a W, but you've got the second blank and there is no W. From Neil's POV, there was nothing that could possibly threaten him that Bradley could have. So it's a really ironclad opening. A couple of you guys pointing out too, I was about to say that maybe the H would be useful to sneakily set up 9-letter words ending in hood here. If you could come up with like sainthood or something, that feels like it might have been possible. But again, I think Neil's play is a much more active threat. And I really like the play.
Yeah, we are seeing in chat a couple players or a couple viewers have suggested that a similar idea to het would be had, H-A-D, which
Nice.
is even harder to block for Bradley than het is. Het is already presenting a huge problem for him. He might have to do something like UTA, which only partially blocks the spot, UTA to the A of carotene. Had is almost unblockable.
How do you even address this?
TT, but you set up bingos to the triple starting with a T. So.
Oh yeah, TT.
Or even triples making ST.
True.
Or even just starting with ST. So a lot of imperfect blocking plays available for Bradley. Nothing doing exactly what he wants. So either one is a really good play for Neil.
Yeah, this is just excellent recognition on his part. I want to go back in time and note that maybe this play of Peck had some aspect to it to prevent overlaps alongside carotene that took this spot away, right? Like you could easily see something here playing parallel that made it impossible to eventually use this 2-turn setup sequence. So Peck does decently well there's a double word score under here. So now playing something into this C scores so few points that it's probably not worth doing. Whereas leaving that spot open, now you're actually getting a fair number of points to overlap that, especially with the right tiles. So there could have been a protection element of that play of Peck that I didn't pick up on at the time.
Yeah, if that was indeed the thought process, that would be really super high level expert board control from Neil. Not saying he's not capable of it, because he's so new, we don't know what he's capable of, but that would be some really high level board analysis going on.
Yeah, for sure. This is brutal. I mean, you could imagine, so this is also a word. If Bradley had the right letters, maybe he would be able to play. So I think the final tile in the bag is the P and then the L. PL is in the bag. And UTA is the play. So that has been suggested a couple of times. I don't think there are any hooks that are going to be easy. I think maybe the K is all that you have, and there'd have to be a blank K. It's not very easy. So that's as good of a block as Bradley can muster, but it's not going to be good enough because Neil definitely is going to have bingos that fit perfectly here with the S in third position. Also the O, sorry, outa. So maybe, yeah, you can just put an O here. I whiffed on that hook too. So it's going to create even more possibilities for Neil to bingo, even if he doesn't think of that spot. So this is going to be a win for Neil. This is going to be an outplay. I don't know why the remaining tiles are not updating for me. Oh, I know why. There we go. So there you have it. It looks like Neil might have missed the outa hook as well, but it's totally academic, Charles. This is obviously more than good enough to win.
Yeah, he just needs to find any bingo that plays. And he found it. He's verifying that the bag is indeed empty, and that is an out bingo. And he's going to take this win. So that play of het was the game winner for him. Really good play.
We got to talk to him. Hopefully he is up for an interview, because there's a lot for him to guide us through here. But yeah, that was pretty phenomenal. What a game, actually. So just keeping in mind that going as far back as Bradley playing Ventils and then his X-bomb in the lower right corner, Bradley was up by 120 points about halfway through this game. And you can see Neil doing an absolutely amazing job to fight his way back and get a pretty sizable win, in fact. So pretty fun one to watch. Yeah,
that was almost a 200-point swing in Neil's favor after Bradley played Sex. So after that, it just really all came apart for Bradley. We were seeing his draws in real time, just not letting him do what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And Neil getting the stuff he needed and making the plays he needed to make to give himself some daylight. And it worked out for him in the end.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, they've already started to deconstruct the board. We get this question a lot. Why do the players do this? It's a courtesy to the next players to play. It's very easy to verify that all 100 tiles are present and accounted for when you put the tiles in these nice squares. Unfortunately, now we've had the board totally destroyed. But that's why the analysis board is ready and waiting. So it's more for them to not be able to, point to stuff on the board there. But we have the analysis board ready, and I will love to ask Neil some questions. Anybody in the chat that has any questions for Neil, let us know what they are. Maybe we'll get to them when we talk to him in just a moment. I want to ask him about some of those late game moves, Charles. Particularly, how long was he considering that het spot as a setup? Is he just waiting for the right moment? Or is that something that only occurred to him sort of as a flash of inspiration right at that moment?
Yeah, if it was me, it would have jumped out at me right on that very turn, and I would have been like, how did I not see this previous turn? Like, what was I thinking? Now that my back's against the wall and I have to do something like this, all of a sudden I'm able to see it on the board. That's where I'd be coming from on that play.
Yeah, I wish I could say that I was any different. Maybe if I'm absolutely in a rare zone, I would be thinking about that stuff. But usually I just kind of zone out and forget about it until I have the flash of inspiration right when I need to, or never at all. That's always an option. So yeah, it would be very impressive. All right, so we're seeing Neil putting on the headset. Neil, can you hear us here in the booth?
I can.
That was a really amazing game. It's Will Anderson here with Charles Reinke as well to chat about it with you. It's hard to even know where to start. Obviously, you were down huge and just made an absolutely epic comeback. But I guess our first question, I think, is going to be regarding that setup spot, the brilliant setup at the end of the game of het. Our question is, how far back were you eyeing that spot as your potential lifeline to sort of create that?
Around Peck.
That's amazing. So Peck, talk us through some of the logic behind that play of Peck.
So I had just seen the streamed game in Milton Keynes where Josh Sokol had protected a setup, and this seemed like a spot with a similar concept, like APE, OPE are words, but
and there is Josh right there behind you to give you the praise that you are due.
But yeah, it seems like that would be a juicy spot otherwise, and doing that makes it so that it becomes more advantageous to me.
Yeah, that's incredible. Charles, we speculated at the very end that maybe you had actually seen that, and that's just absolute genius. Do you have any follow-ups, Charles, for Neil here?
Yeah, I think we're in agreement, Neil, that something like Peck to save the potential for a setup in the future. It's just next level board control, making sure that when you do eventually draw a bingo and it took you several turns to do it, that you'll have a way to give yourself a spot to play it. So expertly
Right.
done with that play of Peck. I think you kept a V on that turn. We're sitting here thinking, why is he keeping a V? The V is not helping him. But it really worked out for
Right.
you over the course of several turns.
It was also close enough that I figured there was a chance I could outscore even if I didn't bingo by setting up a case spot with the blank later in the game. It seemed like the board was tight and there would be enough more turns for that to happen.
Did you have any hope as well of keeping the V, and maybe if the tiles shake out right, where if Bradley plays an E and if you draw an E, maybe you can play the V in that spot in a very similar way, setting up a vet? That also occurred, that maybe the C is more expendable for that reason.
Precisely, yeah.
Wow, that's super impressive. So, Neil, you are pretty new to competitive Scrabble. So, this level of strategic thinking is something that even a grandmaster would be pretty proud of. So, that, like, just want to emphasize, is that, do you feel like, is this something where your strategic grasp of the game has sort of like you've got that mastered, and that word knowledge is just a matter of time? Or how would you assess your skill set as a player, because what we just saw was pretty spectacular?
I think I'm still relatively weak on the end game, I would say. I know that's something that takes time. I'm not very precise with it. I use a lot of heuristics. My word knowledge is definitely still weak, but I try to play to my strengths by knowing the short words cold as much as I can, knowing the hooks so that I can do stuff like that. And I'll learn the bingo slowly. I think starting in Collins actually helped a lot because you play strong players pretty much immediately. And for anyone out there who is nervous about that, I say dive right in, because that's how I got exposed to tons of strategic concepts I wouldn't otherwise have.
It's just super impressive. Charles, I think probably after maybe one more question for Neil, we'll let him move on to his next round and we'll take a quick break. But Charles, any parting question for Neil as we continue to celebrate the pretty epic game we just watched?
I guess one question we have that also came up in the chat is when you had the H and the O, were you ever thinking about bingos ending in hood on the right side of the board to the OD of Zed and Wiro?
That I was sort not. That I was not. I have to say I don't know my eights that end in hood. Or nines, actually. No, nine.
Yeah, it could even be an
from...
8. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a bingo in that position.
That's true.
You can even play an 8. But yeah, what you did was just impossible to really address. So it worked out amazingly well. So anyway, congrats on a great win. That was a lot of fun to watch. And good luck to you, Neil, and the rest of your games today. Thank you very much for hopping on with us.
Yeah, thanks to both of you.
Yeah, congrats,
All
Neil.
right. So there you go. He saw it as far back as Peck, and is suggesting that it was the Milton Keynes play that Josh Sokol made that inspired him. I hate to see that, Charles, because it means that players are getting better before our very eyes, and we're going to be left in the dust in not too much longer, sadly. So
yeah, the dinosaurs who rely on solely learning the dictionary to dominate their opponents might be a thing of the past if these up-and-comers have such good strategy right off the top or right off the bat.
Yeah, we're in trouble for sure. We need to take a quick break to assess our mortality and our human fallibility, but also to set up our next round game. We're 5 rounds in at the Montreal Scrabblefest presented by Let's Play Scrabble and WGPO. So with that, we will take a quick break and we'll get back right away, just a couple minutes with round 6. Whoops. Okay. Sorry. I had the wrong scene open. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. I think we are ready with round 6. Oops. Sorry, I'm muted. We'll get there. We're back from break, everybody. We know we just saw our round 6 matchup sitting down at the table. I believe it's going to be Quinn James versus Kyle Falahi. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. I know that Quinn was doing very well at the top of the standings, and Kyle also a relative newcomer to the Collins division, but you could see a pretty solid 1,500 rating. Not bad for a recent convert to this lexicon, Charles.
Yeah, Kyle has, I think, only been playing for a couple of years, so maybe in the same category of Neil, who we saw last round, as somebody who's rapidly ascending the ranks, not afraid of switching to Collins and playing against all these good players.
Yeah, so we saw the players just, sitting down a moment ago. So Quinn on the left, Kyle on the right. And I think we should be ready to get going here. Quinn at the top of the standings, I believe, is what we just saw, but it is a bit of a log jam right now at 4-1 for a bunch of players. So every win counts. Again, this is a 15-round tournament, so it's a little bit shorter. We get things set with the scores reset here. I will make sure that we're starting not at 5-12 to 4-24. But instead 0-0. That would be a nice way to start things off. Should be updating in just a moment. There we go. Okay. So Quinn to start. Let's see how this game unfolds. It's going to be a pretty high bar, Charles, to meet with last game. Such a classic.
Yeah, definitely a very good game last game. We're hoping for just as high quality of play. This game, no pressure to either of our players, who I'm sure are going to be doing their best, knocking off whatever stream jitters they have and giving us some high quality Scrabble.
Yeah, not the best start here for Quinn with the duplicated N's and G's and also a P and only the one vowel as well. So I feel like this is feeling like an exchange to me. I'm not even sure what word I would want to put on the board here. I feel like my instinct says exchange, maybe penned, leaving GGN and pray that you draw an I to help out with that ING combination. I really don't think I love that. I think I'd be exchanging. And we do see one, but Quinn keeping the P as well.
Yeah, definitely an exchange, I think, is correct there. That's the sort of rack where you really wish you were going second to get a vowel to play through, do something like pigged just to score some points. But Quinn going first, real no good options. Doing the exchange there. I think I would have kept just DEN. I don't know if the P improves the leave enough to risk being consonant heavy. But we see Quinn keep the P and maybe pay the price a little bit.
Yeah, you would love to trade that P right now for a vowel. You can just see that same problem with the 6 consonants and 1 vowel. But then again, the P does mesh well. It is kind of a nice tweener type tile. It's good with bingos surrounded by the right, rest of your rack. Also scores 3 points, so it gives you a little bit of scoring upside. So I'm not quibbling with it super much. You can just see, though, if you were to replace that with, I think, any vowel, you would be bingoing right now in this situation. So, or maybe would it be an O? And I think that's the only one I'm not immediately seeing, but maybe all the rest, you'd be playing a bingo here.
So, and I think Kyle made the correct play here, Foy. If you're focused on keeping the S, which I think Kyle was probably thinking you wanted to keep the S, something like Foy is probably your best option. So no complaints from Kyle's opening play after the exchange from Quinn.
Yeah, agreed. I just think there were a couple options of, playing more tiles, but they would have required burning the S as well for Kyle. Something like Fisty or maybe Softy was available. So those plays, putting an S on the board after your opponent makes a short exchange is something I'm not going to say you should never do, but you should definitely think a little bit harder about it, because they've got 4 tiles that they like for some reason or another. Usually that reason is they mesh very well to create bingos, and the S is definitely the best tile for that purpose. So yeah, like that decision. Quinn responding with perk. This seems pretty reasonable. Again, getting rid of 3 consonants and scoring at least a few points here. One option that seems competitive with that would have been crypt through the Y, keeping that E on Quinn's rack. That's interesting, but it definitely has some flaws as well.
Yeah, crypt doesn't score a lot, but keeps the vowel for these sort of, I wouldn't say nightmarish, but difficult situations where they've got too many vowels. So it looks like we have a director call. Not sure exactly what's happening here.
In this game? Oh, okay. Yeah, they're definitely, they look like they're attending to something here. I'm not sure what. It seems like the game has unfolded in a pretty normal manner, but we'll figure out what's going on.
Seems like the players aren't yelling at each other, so I think nothing contentious here.
Which is a rarity, but I can't say it's never happened over the Scrabble board. I have seen some tempers rising. Scrabble, definitely in general, you would say maybe a skew towards quiet, introverted people, certainly at this level of play, where you kind of you almost have to have that calm demeanor to reach the highest levels of Scrabble, where nothing phases you and you're very relaxed over the board. I don't want to make sweeping generalizations and, make the extroverts out there angry, but I don't really see too many boisterous quarrels over the board, Charles.
Yeah, and it looks like these players have resolved whatever it was in an amicable manner, so we like to see that. We're not sure what actually happened, but it looks like we're back on Kyle's turn, so proceeding with the game as normal.
Yeah, the sea of perk, nice thing about it is it's extremely difficult. It's literally impossible, in fact, for Kyle to do anything to this triple. It is, I guess, technically possible for a damaging play through the sea, but that would also be a very specific scenario. So I think what Kyle is looking at here is not playing through the sea, but instead playing something parallel to foy. I think something like trois in this spot, or some similar option in this area, making these hooks, is likely to be as good as he can do. The especially nice thing about putting a T here is that you're doing even another S hook. So Kyle has an X. Oh, okay. Well, this also gets the job done, I think, because this word WAP also would create a double S hook on either side. Swap, an alternate spelling of SWAP. So actually, okay, what's he? Okay, we got to see that W come down. Okay, so this is just a slight maybe inaccuracy, Charles, of maybe just wanting to invert the position of the A and W here.
Yeah, I think he might have took back WAP because it is, at least in NWL, in the American lexicon, it has been removed. It's only good in columns now. If he's a recent switch, he might be unsure of what's in and what's out. So playing it safe here, he might have also overlooked the fact that the W goes next to YE. Just flip-flopping the W and the A in that word results in a lot more points for him. So I'd say a small error, but still sets him up for bingos, hopefully in the near future.
Yeah, for sure. Both plays, I think you would get, let's see, you got 19 points for that move. You would get 28 points for switching these two. So an increase of 9. Not bad. Dent comes down here. It's tantalizing to try to play the V. I actually feel like I would consider playing the V here just because DMV, I really don't love that as a leave. I actually don't mind the duplicated Ds by comparison to this. But yeah, it's a tough one. Maybe you don't want to play the V because it gives up such an easy E hook in event, but tough, just really tricky racks for Quinn. Let's just gonna see if they have another 6 consonant, 1 vowel rack. That makes 4 in a row. That's rough to start a game.
Yeah, especially when one of your plays was an exchange, which is purpose designed to get you into an even vowel consonant mix on your rack. So really tough for Quinn here. I also think I do like vent more than dent. Quinn may have taken that advice to heart that you should always unduplicate your letters. But when you're keeping a V, perhaps that advice needs to be modified slightly, at least in my view on this specific turn.
Yeah, just brutal. I do think, though, that there will be some way to get the V off using it in this spot going down. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Maybe it's just vet. Maybe it's MEVED, meved. That might be a way to get some of the clunkier tiles off. So there's going to be a couple options. Okay, it is going to be the latter of those. Leaving NRT, all Quinn has to do is draw some vowels. But Kyle is looking pretty good with his tiles over there. I definitely expect Kyle to know the bingos that he has on his rack here and be able to play one to strike first in this game.
Yeah, Kyle did not really have anything going last turn. A knee was a very good play to set something up or set more spots up and keep the best possible leave. Benefiting this turn with rather straightforward, high probability rack. If you're a new viewer, new to Scrabble, you'll see us, hear us talking about high probability racks. That means racks that have a high likelihood of being drawn out of the bag. This is the one that a lot of players will learn very quickly in their bingo studying journey.
Yeah, it's a useful one without question. I guess my biggest question is, where is Kyle going to play this word? It's important because depending on where he puts the E, Quinn will have underbit through that E, but it turns out that the E is going to be obstructed on the interior of the board that's not open. So that's going to deny Quinn the ability to get an easy bingo down, as far as I'm aware, underbit or turbined, in fact. So 2 8-letter words possible with Quinn's rack through the E, but they're not going to have either of those available after this nice positioning of Ariste by Kyle. It is worth just pointing out he could have gotten 2 more points for playing Asteria with perks, and that would expose the E out in open space right here, in fact. So that would lead to a counter bingo by Quinn. So these tiny little nuances, it is often the case, Charles, that putting that E out in easy open space is the difference between your opponent bingoing and not.
Yeah, exactly. The floating S's in space, floating E's in space. If you can avoid it and you're taking a lead with your play, it's worth trying to find something else. And Kyle, I think, making the correct decision here. Floating out some letters, the AR and I are certainly decent bingo letters, but not as potentially damaging as like the E or the S. It's a good play by by Kyle. Your Will.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I think just a little bit of trivia. The only other letter that works with Quinn's rack to make a bingo is a U. We'll leave that as a quiz for people out there. But there's no U open, so no bingo this turn. Quinn will have to figure out something else to do.
Yeah, not the most easy word to spot or know to be a valid word. But yeah, there is an 8-letter word with a U. Quinn's going to play herb. This makes a lot of sense. The nice thing about this play is that it scores decently well. I wouldn't say it opens up a ton back to Kyle in any way, shape, or form. And I guess Quinn doesn't have the perfect letters to play a 7-letter word here, but this does create a usable 7-letter line to add to the other ones that are on the board in various locations. Even this is a marginal one. So, trailing on the scoreboard, it's never the worst idea to create more threats. And it looks like Quinn, look at that. So a pretty nice flexible draw there. I think it's very reasonable that we could see a counter bingo next turn, but Kyle's going to do his best to try to prevent it.
Yeah, I really like the choice of herb over something straightforward like bud to the left of Ariste, which keeps a better leave. Maybe scores more, I'm not sure, but blocks all those lanes for 8s while also not sending anything else up. So
Yeah.
bud, I feel like would be a play that, like maybe not casting shade here, but like a lower intermediate player might see good score, good leave. They would just zone in on that play, but actually really ruins the board for your future bingo chances. So good recognition by Quinn to set up a spot, keep pretty decently, and leave everything open for future bingos.
Yeah, great point. Just making sure that you have these open tiles, which could end up being the difference here on Quinn's next move. Are they going to bingo or not? There are definitely bingos available through, and it looks like Kyle is going to make a nice play that's going to make it a little bit tougher. Did that just actually block the good letters that Quinn needed to bingo here?
And I guess this is also proof that Kyle does know the words WYE. So
Great
if I was in
point.
doubt earlier in the game, we have proof positive that Kyle knows the word.
Yeah, we thought, so maybe it's a question of TWA then, because clearly Kyle knows that you can put a W here. It could have just been like, I can't tell you how many times where things like that will happen to me in a game where I know all the words involved, but I just sort of miss the ability to play a certain hook or word letters in a certain order. There's no real reason that I can point to for why I missed something, which is a little bit maddening. But it's also very human that, I often say my turn of phrase is that there are certain things in Scrabble that you would get correct 99 times out of 100 when you're faced with them. But that means 1 time out of 100, you're going to be sitting there wondering, how the heck did I just mess up this obvious thing?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, and I'll be analyzing a game after the fact, and it's just like, why didn't I see that spot? It's very clear to me now that it's being shown to me. Obviously, we're sitting here commentating these games. We have access to Quackle. Everything's very obvious to us, not necessarily obvious to the players duking it out across the board.
Yeah, no question. Definitely true. And I wish I could figure out a way to go from that 99 out of 100 to 100 out of 100, but it's much tougher than it sounds. So yeah, Quinn just had rationed, and I'm sure some other stuff blocked through
Retinoid
this
got blocked also.
A, and then retinoid through this I, both of which were blocked by Kyle's previous play. And we're going to see a play of nod with all these nice hooks here. That's an interesting play just because you can get some more points if you were to just extend Ram to Diram. That would get you 8 more points. Of course, it would leave the O on your rack instead of the I, which might be a little worse, but it also keeps the N, which is a good bingo tile to pair with that other stuff. I guess the best thing you can say about this play is that it creates a very dangerous 7s line going down here. And Kyle, you can see he's responding to that immediately, to that threat. He's got too many consonants to play down all the way here with a 6-letter word. He's only got the 1 vowel. But Charles, he blocks it with jerk. Good play by Kyle, but it also doesn't score terribly much.
Yeah, I think in the face of a play like Nod, which seems to be clearly setting up either ED or ER bingos, I don't think you would make that play unless you were planning to hit that spot next turn. Kyle has to do something about it. And he's only again, falling into the low vowel trap, only had one vowel of his own. Fortunately, had something available that gets rid of the J and the K and also blocks the spot. So, I mean, he's not scoring much, doesn't need to. He's got the lead. And, doing board control at that point was more important than all out going for points.
Yeah, I do want to point out something I'm not sure we've mentioned yet is that Perk, as defensive as this kind of looks with the C out in space, it actually takes some hooks. So the H is the normal one that most of us would know, perch. But in the Collins dictionary, it also takes an E hook. So that's like a big deal where I do feel like we kind of have confirmation now from Kyle that he might not know that E hook because he could have played jerks here for a very, very, very good score. Obviously, blocking the new lane is important, but scoring an extra 40 odd points would have been pretty good. My main question is, does Quinn know that hook as well? My guess is yes in a vacuum, but I don't know. We're just going to have to see how that sort of rears its head in this game. If ever there is a bingo that only fits in that spot, are we going to see either of the players play that? So jerkier is the play here, Charles. For Quinn, there might have been slightly better equity options like koi in this spot, but they don't open the board very much.
Yeah, downside of jerkier, you're losing your E, which is something you want to keep if you're trying to bingo. The obvious bonus of this is it creates easy lanes for sevens, especially if you're not aware of Perk taking an E. I can count myself in that group of players who theoretically know the word purse when faced with using it as an extension to Perk, maybe wouldn't see it. So I hadn't seen it as in the course of doing commentary. So I was ignorant to that nuance of the board.
Yeah, I mean, we hadn't mentioned it to that point in time, almost because I wasn't even thinking about it until I noticed that, hey, maybe jerks in that spot scores so much that you could just leave it. And then I realized I didn't even think about purse. So in any case, great play just now by Kyle. He spotted the valid bingo on his rack of D horns. That was going to go down here as well as with purse, but he was gifted a much better spot for it. It actually scores 91 in that spot. So Kyle is now way ahead in this game. You can see that first blank finding its way onto his rack. Things looking very good for Kyle, and just been a struggle of a game for Quinn so far.
If I'm Quinn here, I'm thinking about the fact that I wish the D of D horns had been plopped out in space somewhere so I could get down demi-volt. I would get fixated on it. I would think about the unfairness of life, the madness and
chaos inherent in
impermanence of existence, and hopefully not have too much of a meltdown. Quinn's got to keep it together here. Somehow not drawing a bingo. It's now down 2-0 in terms of bingos for the game. Very down on score. It's getting tough for Quinn.
Yeah, no question. I feel like you got to keep battling just because there still is a lot of game left. And you aren't playing a computer, right? Like if I'm looking at the computer analysis, you're probably seeing that Quinn's winning chances are in that really low 1% to 2% range, but that is not factoring in the simple reality that Quinn is basically a 2000 rated player and Kyle is still at that intermediate level. He is a more recent convert to the Collins dictionary. You can sort of continue to grind your way back into this game, hope that maybe Kyle makes a mistake at a critical moment. The score isn't good right now, but this game is really far from over. So let's just see how resourceful Quinn can be to mount a comeback.
Yeah, and seems more and more likely that the E hook on Perk might make a difference here, because with D horns and then over, there's few lanes for sevens. The top extension or the top hooks got blocked, like taupe and topey. Those are gone now. So it's possible that Quinn will draw a bingo that only plays making purse, and it will be very important to see it when the time comes.
Yeah, it's a great point. And that's the sort of thing where maybe Quinn wasn't thinking about the E hook when they played purse, but now they can realize that there's an E here and realize that this is actually a spot that's going to stay open pretty much all the time thanks to this C. There's just no way, unless you would see another S bingo go down here, maybe an H, something like some CH type play going across would score very well if Kyle had that and inadvertently block. But either way, those aren't that likely. And if Kyle's not thinking about that E hook, or more likely just doesn't know it, that spot is a huge lifeline for Quinn. So you're totally right, Charles. That is an X factor here. Quinn with lifetime through an E. There was no E to come help them here to get a bingo down.
Yeah, and looking at Kyle's play of new, so he's in good shape here. He has the blank, good letters to go with it. NU, I don't know if that. Not sure what to make of this play. It sets up easy scores on the triple to help Quinn get back into this game without a bingo. That is something you want to avoid doing when you have a lead, is letting your opponent make high-scoring 5-tile plays and then continuing to bingo later. And we're seeing sort of the outcome of that play here. High-scoring play for Quinn, hoping to continue bingoing in subsequent turns. And meanwhile, new also doesn't give Kyle any new places to bingo. So maybe a slight misstep for Kyle there. Yeah, kind of a fishing play, but not doing exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, it would all have worked out perfectly if he would have just drawn a bingo from the S or N or something like that. So clearly the thinking behind playing his N and U was to max out his ability to get a bingo down. And had he achieved that objective, we would be saying, well, he's basically icing the game at this juncture. But in fact, despite those good looking low point tiles that he has, he actually now does not have a playable bingo on this turn. So he's going to have to, these are the most frustrating racks when you have those really good low point bingo tiles, but somehow there's nothing available. Those can be the toughest decisions to make. You're not likely to get very many points because your tiles don't score any more than 1 per letter. And you do have these difficult decisions to make where you're trying to, you want the board to be open because your tiles are telling you that board openness favors you, but the score is suggesting that he wants the board to be closed. So there is a lot to process on turns like this, and it's really tough to make sense of it sometimes.
Yeah, and it's even harder. It's doubly hard because he has to figure out if he has a bingo. We know he doesn't. He has to figure that out by himself. So first he has to burn some time with the blank, confirming he has no bingo. Then he has to move on to the next question is, I don't have a bingo. What do I do instead of a bingo?
Yeah.
So we're possibly looking at like a huge time sink for Kyle as he tries to figure out those two things.
Yeah, it's a great reminder. It's very easy for us to just tell you, oh, he's got no bingos. He's got to start looking for his other options. But actually, it's brutal during the game to move on from that, just feeling like, God, I have to have something starting with S here, don't I? I have such good bingo tiles. How could I not? And eventually you have to make that sad determination. Usually when you make that determination, you're sort of giving up and you're just saying like, well, I'm sure I'm missing something, but I have to move on, which is not the right frame of mind for you to be in to make a good decision on that second part of the equation that you mentioned, Charles, which is actually finding a good play that isn't a bingo here. So it's worth noting that seen it point out at least once on the new turn, unlike this turn, there was one and only one playable bingo, and that would have been non-urban through this N, I believe. That would have been astonishing to see that be played, and frankly, that would really be a super, super high level find for pretty much anybody. It just sucks, Charles, when the one bingo that you do have available to find is like a super high degree of difficulty.
Yeah, certainly Kyle was not looking very hard through the N on that turn, probably spending more time looking through other letters on the board. To have your one bingo be sort of hidden there using 3 N's is, that's annoying. It's annoying when you know the word, and it just seems so unlikely that you would need to look in that spot that you skip it. So even if Kyle knew it, that would be a hard find for anybody.
Yeah, no question. I'm just trying to, as I said, I'm trying to now imagine when Kyle eventually decides to pull away from the search for a bingo and try to figure out something else. What is he going to do? It's tempting to just play his 2 A's right here. This is actually a pretty solid score for a 2 vowel play, 15 points. It blocks some of the, it's not a very threatening spot to play down from the I, but this S is certainly a very real possibility. You'd be blocking both of those by playing in there. But it hurts because Kyle's got the blank. He might want those spots to stay open. So maybe he looks to another spot to try to leave that stuff open to get that next bingo down and really seize command of the game. But either way, I expect Quinn to quickly play something like ZEE here, maybe. I'm not sure if there's anything super much better. It's kind of a good test, maybe, of are we going to see this E hook go down at some point? There might be some stuff like Lee's here that could be worth trying. Not really sure what we're going to see on Quinn's subsequent turn. But all right, Kyle might, just by the way he moved those tiles, Charles, he might be getting ready to move away from the bingo search.
Yeah, I think might be looking to make another play at this point. If I'm Kyle, so I think AA is a lot better than AN here first. If I'm Kyle, I might be thinking, I might get into the mode where I'm no longer trying to open the board. I'm just waiting for Quinn to open the board so that when they do, I can hit a bingo immediately in response with the new opening. Because at some point, Quinn will, possibly start trying to open up bingo spots to get back in this game. And if Kyle can be positioned to immediately pounce on those new bingo spots, that would work out very well for him. So I might be entering that mode at this point if I'm Kyle.
Ooh, but he has, so despite the fact that he used up one of his 2 consonants and drew 2 vowels, the interesting thing about this play of AN is that it doesn't actually block this S. So that could have been a feature, not a bug for him, and he will very likely play a high probability 8 of sautoir in that spot. I do expect Kyle to see that at this level. So could be a difference maker here. I don't see how Quinn is ever going to block that. So it's just a question of Kyle spotting that and moving on from this rack. And he's going to be in even more commanding position if he spots that word.
Yeah, that is a word that we would expect Kyle to find, even though the whole assortment of vowels there is making it seem like you should give up on bingoing and try to do a vowel dump. Always worth looking to make sure that you're not missing something.
Oh, interesting. Okay, says in a spot that is, I assume the idea with the play of says for Quinn is to just get some points for the Z without obstructing anything on the existing board. I think Z and taupe is probably worth the extra points, especially if you think of this E hook, which makes the board much more useful and much more conducive to bingos or even high scoring plays than without seeing that letter. Although Quinn's now drawn the H, so maybe that helps them a little bit. But I'm just curious to see if Kyle spots this bingo here. I do expect it, but you never know what's happening when a player has a blank. It can be tough to spot even simple things that you would see pretty easily without a blank. So we'll see.
Yeah, the other thing about Z that I maybe prefer for Quinn is after Z, Kyle might be inclined to make a play side lapping, scoring some points with the Z again, which then might give Quinn bingo lines that didn't exist on the board, depending on what letters are played. So that could be sort of like a two-turn gambit to create bingo lines where there hadn't been before.
Okay, we got our answer. So again, tough to see some words that you would normally see with a blank. And this is a big miss. Sautoir for 59 down from this S would be playable for Kyle. Instead, we're going to see OU for just 4. And if Kyle draws poorly and doesn't have a bingo on his subsequent rack here, which it certainly now looks like he does again, I wonder if we're going to see him try to play Ariste in a second spot somewhere. I'm not 100% sure where that would be, but either way, he's got good tiles again that are reminiscent of the previous bingo that he played in this game here.
Yeah, I think I would definitely try to play Ariste the second time in a casual game or a club game. In a tournament game, I'm not sacrificing optimal plays in order to do something cute like that.
Yeah, there is a time and place. I know that sort of varies depending on the player. I do feel like at this level, players are unlikely to give high priority to style points, so to speak. Totally agree with you on that. Looks like Lou is set up here. L-E-U-G-H. I wonder where this is going to go, and are we going to see this E-hook actually be played in this game? That would be interesting. I feel like that's the logical place to play this word. So maybe we do see that now, but I do definitely expect if that is the play by Quinn, that's going to make it even easier for Kyle to bingo in some way, shape, or form on his next move. So
I wonder if some of Quinn's recent plays can be explained by the fact that they wanted to keep the T for overt as sort of like a sneaky bingo spot for themselves.
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Then maybe that would be one reason why Z was passed up in favor of Says.
That makes a lot of sense. Making, not wanting to mess up. Oh, there we go. We have our answer. So Lou is the play. Oh, lost our player cams for a moment. I'm sure we'll get those back. At least we have the board cam. But the nice thing about this, I also think that Kyle is very likely to challenge this word. Having seen, many E's be played already in this game, not hooking perk, this is likely to get that extra 5 points for a challenge here. I'd be very surprised if Kyle didn't check it, but maybe he's going to give Quinn credit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like Quinn is drawing. So Kyle's letting it go. If I'm in that position where a hook gets played that I've totally forgotten about, I get this like sinking feeling that I've completely ruined the game and I've probably missed 6 different plays in that spot by not knowing or not recognizing the hook.
The equity. You just have to say a quick, remembrance of all the equity that you've lost.
The other reason Kyle might have just let it go is because it does give him back a double-double, scoring more than any other bingo he could have played. So
yeah, for sure.
Just not worth taking off the board and giving up 5 points, or trying to take it off the board and giving up 5 points when you get a little bonus here for playing the double-double.
Yeah, makes sense. 82 points for aerating. That is the only play that spans 2 double word scores for Kyle. Definitely his best play here. And in fact, it is correct for him not to challenge. Man, that was such a bad line. Let me try. Oh, Jesus. I'm just trying again. I was so dissatisfied with my circling of aerating. Still pretty bad, but I did a little better. So yeah, only play that hits both doubles, definitely correct. And also correct not to challenge it. Not only to leave it on the board so that he can get that 82-point play, but it's also a valid word. So he saved himself the 5-point penalty on that one. Kyle did there. So yeah, Quinn drawing the second blank, but also the Q. And I got to dump it here. And this is, it's still an 100-point advantage for Kyle, and he draws very, very well. I'm not going to assume that Kyle knows the Collins only 7-letter bingo on this rack. I think he would if it were an NWL word, but this is Glassin, a valid word on Kyle's rack. I would be surprised and impressed if he played it here, Charles.
Yeah, that would be a really good find. The other nuance in this position, which was brought up in chat, is that Lou, however we're pronouncing that, does not take an S, a sneaky non-S hook. So Kyle hopefully does not fall into the trap of trying to pluralize that. I guess that word is the past tense of laugh. Again, Scots, we can thank the great nation of Scotland for some of these words.
Yeah, we do really owe the Scottish people a huge debt in Scrabble, like I was saying before. I mean, there are a lot of different, dialects and cultures of the world that have generated some incredibly useful Scrabble words, and I appreciate them all. Not in equal measure. The Scots are definitely number one in my heart, but at least a little bit do I appreciate all the different, Afrikaans and the Maori and all the different words in the Collins lexicon. But Scotland stands alone in my heart. I'm going on record on that one. So yeah, Glassin, you guys are thinking in the chat, is he going to potentially, even if he doesn't bingo, might he put an S on this word, which would be a pretty big mistake? That would be probably an immediate challenge. Ooh, wow. I'm surprised by that choice. So first of all, impressive knowledge by Kyle to know the Collins only 3-letter word lig, but putting an S in this spot with that leave is a little bit dangerous. It just so happens that I don't think that Quinn has anything great in that spot, but that's the way to immediately give up really big possible bingos to your opponent there. So that feels like a little bit of a strategic misstep here. I'm sure there had to have been ways to score decently without opening such a scary spot. But maybe Kyle was thinking, I've got really good tiles, so this is something that benefits me. We'll see.
I think this play only makes sense if he thinks Lou takes an S. So given that we know it doesn't, maybe doesn't make a lot of sense. Also, putting this S out in the triple lane, easiest way for Quinn to score the 100 points or whatever they need to get back into this game. So even if, you're keeping a good leave and hoping to hit that next turn, this play is an example of a way that you can give away a big lead. So probably not the right choice for Kyle.
Yeah, it's interesting because now you kind of have a winning condition if you're Quinn. You get a big bingo with your blank here. Kyle hooks an S onto here and takes a 0 as it gets challenged off. And then maybe you draw the X. I mean, there's not very many tiles left, unfortunately. But if Quinn plays like a very low number of tiles somehow and then draws the X into this spot, the problem is, again, there's only 7 tiles in the bag, so there's just not that much time left to execute a multi-turn comeback like that. But maybe it's possible if things break absolutely right, that's more than you could usually expect to say, down by 120 points at this juncture of the game.
Yeah, it's still a very tough situation for Quinn, even with all of the potential benefits and things that can go right for them. It still all has to go perfectly, because up to this point, Quinn has just not had anything really going other than like Filmy and Says not a ton of scoring plays. So we'll see what they come up with. And also running low on time, only 3.5 minutes left to figure out how to make a comeback in this end game.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to point out that it's been spotted that Galleons is available for Kyle here. So it's possible that Kyle will just see that and effectively end the game, barring some kind of gigantic play, probably somehow including an X in it somewhere, right? Like if you could somehow get an X something ST, I don't know, it's not available in the pool, but like pre-exist or something like that in that spot, maybe now that would be enough points to have an incredible, miraculous comeback in this game. But barring that, Galleons looks like it's going to be a game ender immediately if Kyle sees it.
Yeah, so what does Quinn do here? Like play off, you definitely want to play off one of the B or the P and with the G at the same time because those letters have no synergy. But there's limited ways to do that on this board. You can play through the E of air rating. You can just play beg or peg. Downside of that is it actually sort of blocks lose. So if you're trying to bait your opponent into bingoing there, you might accidentally prevent them from making that mistake. So there's maybe you play bog through over or something like that. I'm not sure.
So the idea that Charles is expressing is beg or something in this spot. This would make it impossible or very difficult to play a bingo ending in S here. It would need to essentially start with the letter O. So that's not impossible, but it's not very likely. Because of that, I don't really know what to do. I guess you could play Bigo now and try, I really feel like in Quinn's shoes, you need to probably draw some kind of gigantic X play here and hope that Kyle doesn't have anything good and that you can bingo out with just an enormous play. Okay, Brog is the play here, just getting rid of as much junk as possible. It's a reasonable choice. There's almost any X play that Kyle could have that would play here is still going to play after this. So maybe the idea is to actually make an X play hit even harder. Okay, but it is going to be Galleons. Oh man, but look at that draw. Is there anything through, like, proxiest isn't a word, but like, is there anything like that through Galleons here? I'm really curious. Exposits and stuff like that, but does Quinn have a triple? That doesn't feel possible, but that would probably be a winning play here if you could get the X in the right spot.
Yeah, play like pro exist or something like that and hope it's a word.
Pro exist, if it was a word, would score 266 points, which is easily more than enough to win the game. What about like proxiest or something? Again, that's not enough. Or rather, that's not a valid word, I should say. But if it's played, it would also win the game. It would score 203 points. But to Quinn's credit, they're playing the valid word that's available. Oh, the clock's ticking. Looks like there's going to be a 10-point penalty here. Purely academic. It's not going to be the difference between a win and a loss. But exploits, that is the best that Quinn can do. There is nothing better than this. But look how close. Like, pre-exist is so like tantalizingly close to being an unbelievable game-ending winning play here.
Yeah, so nice job by Kyle of finding Galleons. We kind of just skipped over his play. Nice find there. Certainly not a guarantee to find that bingo. I'm curious if there's how many different ways he can lose after that play, and if it's enough different ways, do you sometimes pass up the bingo? But we see it worked out for him. He found the bingo. Quinn finds their out bingo, and the game ends with a win for Kyle.
So the thing about it also is that you can definitely, with that second blank lurking, you can definitely lose the game even if the X is in the bag, just because any triple in this spot is going to score quite a lot. If the X is on your rack, it's going to score a boatload of points. If it's not, it's going to lead to getting an extra 16 points from your opponent when it's on their rack, right? So after galleons, Kyle could draw the X, and then when Quinn triples, it'll be a lot of points, plus 16 and whatever other tiles come out of the bag. So you're going to get a boatload more points from Kyle's last 4 tiles in the bag. So there were definitely ways to lose the game after galleons. And in fact, maybe it was even closer than we're giving credit for here. It might actually, given the fact that Quinn had that second blank, they might have been really live to win this game after galleons.
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun to go back and see, what are the chances are after galleons does get put down. But can't blame a player for just taking the bingo, taking the huge lead, and just saying, if you've got a triple, go ahead and play it. Otherwise, I want to win this game by a lot.
Which is exactly what happens for sure. I'm going to look at it right now and just have a sub anagram. I'm trying to figure out pattern match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 S, and then this. So I'm going to tell you, there are actually, I'm not sure all of these words win the game, but there are actually 66 words that Quinn could have had with the unseen tiles that Kyle was looking at pre-galleons. So there's a lot of possibilities there, some of which are pretty enormous. I don't know. Some of them are kind of small, so they might be edged out on the scoreboard just because Kyle was going up by nearly 200 points. So I do think some of those triples might not be quite enough points to get the job done. But some of these for sure are. So interesting situation, really interesting game overall. Again, we've had a bunch of good ones, Charles, so far on stream today.
Yeah, definitely lots of stuff to talk about. We appreciate that as commentators, to be able to sort of have positions that are worth discussing rather than just obvious plays being made over and over until the game ends. That's kind of fun to watch because it displays the expert level of these players. But if there's no strategic insight, what are we supposed to talk about for 50 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, we can riff for a little while thanks to you guys in the chat. But yeah, it's a lot easier when we've got these great strategic decisions to dive into. So yeah, the players are squaring up again. I guess that's fine. I mean, we can always cut to the analysis board. It looks like Kyle is being told if he wants to get the headset on and talk about this game. But yeah, there we go. So Kyle's putting his headset on here. We'll see if he can hear us. Kyle,
Yep.
how you doing there? Nice win. This is Will and Charles here from the commentary booth. That was a lot of fun to watch. How are you feeling right now after kind of a nice win against a very strong player?
I was very calm and collected up until the point that he played Brog, because then I knew I could win with galleons. And so now I'm very excited. My heart's beating a lot around the galleons moment.
Yeah, nice spot there for sure. I guess I'll ask my first question is on the air rating turn. Did you have any doubt of the validity of the word that Quinn had just played there, LEUGH? And did you decide, even if it's not a word, which it is, that you're going to leave it on to play air rating in that position? What was your thinking there?
I knew that was a word.
Okay.
I think EUGH is a word.
Yes.
Yes, and so I had studied that recently, and I had seen the hooks to it, which also include an H and I think another letter.
Yeah, the T.
The T, there you go. That's the one I forgot. So I had studied Hugh. So my only question was whether it took an S or not, was what I thought. But
Got it.
I knew it was a word, and even if I had doubts, I would have kept it on for my air rating. Um, I could have played Aristay again, but I decided to
Yes.
play professionally and go for the best word instead of the most fun word.
Yeah, so I think that word does not take an S, Charles. So we were talking about that in the booth a little bit.
Right. Yeah. So we determined that Lou, however you want to pronounce that word, does not take an S. So it's kind of like a sneaky spot to perhaps lose a turn on a phony bingo or a phony hook on a valid bingo. So we were glad to see that that did not actually happen. I guess our other question is related to that play was the E hook on perk. That stayed open for a while. We were kind of curious, both from your and Quinn's perspective, at what point did you become aware of it, or did you only become aware of it once it was played?
Yeah, I didn't know that word. I was looking at that with an S and an H. I didn't know it, but when he played that with. What did he play that with?
That was the Lou turn.
Yes. Well, I already had my bingo set ready to go, so even if I didn't know that word, that was the word that I didn't know was good or not. But I decided not to challenge because I didn't want to get rid of my 82-point bingo.
Yeah, for sure. Makes sense. So yeah, that was a very impressive win over a strong opponent. 4 bingos in the game between Aristay, D-Horns, Air Rating, and Galleons. Very nicely done.
Thank you.
So we will let you get onto your, what are we at? Round 7 game. And good luck over the rest of your games. Maybe we will see you again on the stream, Kyle.
Thank you very much, Will, and thank you, Charles.
Yeah, nice going, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right, so maybe we will get a look at the full standings at this juncture here. Oh, well, I don't know if there's a challenge happening. We challenge you all in the chat to hit the subscribe button. Oh man, that was slick on my part.
That was slick. Good job, Dylan.
All right, there we go. It's the standings. Okay, no surprise to see Matthew Tunnicliffe at the top of the standings here. He just had a huge win at Niagara Falls last week. He's in fine form right now, and you can see his opponent is going to be none other than reigning North American champion, Josh Sokol. That is the game that we are going to have next. That should be a complete banger as long as the tiles cooperate, Charles.
Yeah, Matthew has just been on a total, complete tear in his past couple tournaments. I think going 20-2 in the last one, propelling his rating well into the 2100s. NASPA, I think. This is WGPO rating, so slightly different, but obviously has proven himself to be in the upper echelon of North American Scrabble players. Meanwhile, Josh Sokol clearly needs no introduction, is making the recent switch to the Collins Dictionary, so not as completely infallible as he was playing NWL, but did very well at his last tournament as well. So clearly not suffering too much from switching lexicons. And this should be an extremely good game between who I think are probably 2 of the best players in the field.
Yeah, best players in the field, country, world, whichever qualifier you want to give. Josh just had a really, really excellent result at a huge Collins tournament in Milton Keynes. So yeah, this is going to be, I mean, I do also feel like these are 2 of the most creative and resourceful players in the game. Matthew, well known for his ability to conjure words up out of thin air in incredibly tricky situations to put maximum pressure on his opponent. And as you said, Charles, Josh needing very little introduction with his ability to do much the same, certainly from a strategic and board positional standpoint. So I think we're probably ready to cut to the board where our 2 players, Matthew and Josh, are likely getting set and ready to start our next game here. There you have it. There they are. Josh will be going first against Matthew. I got to imagine these 2 players have played a lot and are probably good friends, Charles.
Yeah, they seem to be conversing normally. So even if they're not friends, they're not enemies. Certainly both being Canadians, sort of ascending the ranks, always playing in the same division at the same time. Probably have played many tens, if not hundreds of games against each other.
Yeah, and there's no question they're very likely to know each other's strategic tendencies and things like that very well. So I think we're ready on our side here. I think we've got the score reset. Hopefully, we'll let these two star players begin their round 7 battle here. Again, we're not quite at the halfway point of the event. This is round 7. The main event is 15 rounds spanning today and tomorrow. We had 3 games yesterday. And so I do feel like game 7 does not have quite the same connotation as it does in the NBA or other sports. I'm actually not even sure if Scrabble has a game level, Charles, that has that same connotation. But for Josh and his positioning now, he really does have to start picking up the pace at 3-3 if he's going to work his way back into contention.
Yeah, definitely not as many wins as he hopes. And given this is a relatively short tournament at 15 games, it's not the 20 or 30 game tournaments that we sometimes see getting broadcast. Not a lot of room for error in any individual game. Looks like he has drawn very poorly to start, and exchange is clearly the right call here. It's just a matter of if you only keep the R or if you keep IR. I would be tending to keep just R because the I and the R don't necessarily play well together, but it feels close to me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is if you could guarantee that you wouldn't draw, well, he's already drawn another R, but if you could guarantee, okay, let me wait and see how many R's is he actually going to draw here. And the answer is 3. But if you could guarantee that he wouldn't draw another I or another R, and that maybe he would pluck an E from the bag, then he's going to be very happy that he kept that I, just because the I-ER combination is so useful for playing longer words. So I don't quibble with it. I do think that he's likely to play more bingos on his next turn by keeping the I. There is a higher downside risk of being stuck with sort of a subpar rack by keeping the I as well. Anytime you draw a second I, you're going to kind of regret it. So it's feels like a coin flip. I certainly feel like maybe the math of it would say keeping the I is correct, but then there's also the emotional component of it where do I really want to have to deal with 2 I's on my next turn? I don't even want to risk it. So anyway, Matthew playing Vatter, that looks pretty strong, Charles.
Yeah, the only question there, would you want to do something like Vapor, keeping 2 T's to score a little bit more points? That'd be VAPER, not OR. And I think here the P is a strong enough tile. You're not exposing any double letter scores with a vowel, and you're getting rid of the V. I think I prefer this over something like Paver or Vapor.
Yeah, I agree. We saw Quinn James keep the P on their rack to start the game last time. It just shows that the P is actually not something to be terribly afraid of. You know, players will actually elect to keep it on exchanges. That's kind of a good sign that a tile has some merit to it. I think it would be very rare for anybody to keep 2 T's on an exchange. Certainly 1 would be good. But yeah, by that basis, I do like Vatter. An extra little bonus, it avoids slotting any vowels next to the double letter score. That's kind of a rule of thumb that we try to adhere to if we have the options to do so, whereas Vapor would have placed an E here. You could easily see a Z or potentially an X doing a lot of damage after a play like that. So all these little details going into it. And at the level of these two players, they're processing that type of consideration insanely fast.
Right. It becomes second nature, especially the some of the leave calculations. You're not sitting there doing math on your score sheet. You just know what certain things are worth. So Matthew spent a little bit of time on that play, but not an undue amount given the few other options he had, and I think made a good play. Meanwhile, Josh has drawn 3 R's, does not have an O open for horror, so has to come up with some other way to start extricating himself from this bad rack.
Yeah, it's going to be really challenging for him to use 2 of those 3 R's. He obviously wants to. Really, the only reasonable plays that, I mean, I hesitate to say reasonable because they don't look very good, would be to just blow through as many tiles as possible and play Heritor. It looks like he may be doing exactly that. So this is such an interesting play, Charles, because I feel like you're almost telling your opponent that the letter on remaining on your rack is an R. It's almost impossible to make sense of this play otherwise.
Yeah, I think if you ask Matthew, what did Josh leave? What was his 1 tile leave? It would take him maybe a couple seconds, and then he would say R. I guess then the next question is, can he actually use that information? And in most cases, especially early in the game where like a specific hook won't matter as much, the answer is he probably won't be able to take advantage of that knowledge. He just knows after 6 tile play that Josh's rack is going to be mostly random. Not closer or further away from a bingo than any other time.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's kind of a nice party trick to be able to say, oh, I bet Josh has an R, but it's not nearly as impactful as like the poker video compilations of like Daniel Negreanu soul reading people and being like, you have 9-10 offsuit, and they have that, right? And then he can bet accordingly. Knowing that Josh has an R is not very useful. It would just maybe every now and then it might come into play, but Matthew is not thinking about that so much as he's thinking about how do I dump some of my I's from the rack and hopefully an A along with it. And it looks like he spotted what I think is very likely to be his best option to do so, of Rapini through the second R of Heritor going across.
Yeah, that definitely looks to be the right play. He's got it set up. He's doing us a favor. We know his thought process. I think he'll play it pretty quickly here. Josh does have the Q, and Rapini does float out a bunch of I's, but it looks like there's not going to be a huge Q counterplay to Rapini given what the rest of Josh's letters.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because if you could imagine Rapini on the board, which is where I think it will soon actually be, as opposed to my chicken scratch, if Josh has the Q and then just an I, now he's doing pretty well with a play that scores something in the high 30s here, maybe 40-ish. So that would be great. I guess my question is, would he even consider playing something like Lampern if he were to know that word through the A? That would be a really strange looking play. You would rarely see a player do that. But in this case, maybe he would, to try to pluck either an I or UA that fits in this spot. AT, cat would play on top of it. It's actually a pretty flexible Q spot there. That being said, I think the standard play would be for Josh to just dump his Q with like QIN right here. I think I would have no problem with that, Charles.
Yeah, I think that would be, I wouldn't try to play games with the Q. I would just try to get rid of it. I am a little bit confused why Matthew is just staring at Rapini and not playing it. It is good with 2 P's, so I wonder if he's doubting the spelling with 1 P.
Oh, it could be. Oh, look at that. Okay. So, yeah, feels like he clearly was aware of Rapini. He had it spelled out on his rack. Maybe he was, I feel like, Charles, I'm not looking at this yet, but I feel like Rapini with the 2 P's does not take an S, and Rapini with the 1 P does take an S. Maybe he wasn't able to square that in his mind, and he didn't want to put a hook on the board that would give him grief to deal with later on. Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And you're right, Will. Rapini with 2 P's, no S hook. Rapini with 1 P, S hook in Collins, not in NWL. So very confusing situation for Matt, who is sort of, I think, still playing NWL in club settings, still trying to keep it straight. at that point, you basically have no idea whether the word you played takes an S or not.
That's just brutal. I mean, we love our dictionary, don't we, folks? Wonderful stuff. The consistency. I mean, it is this like arcane knowledge of, keeping all of that stuff straight. You can be of two minds about it. Sometimes when I'm able to conjure up a fact like that, it feels good to know that stuff, but ultimately it feels incredibly arbitrary and like annoying that you have to learn all of that stuff in order to not lose turns and to play as optimally as possible at this level. So it is what it is. We've got the dictionary to guide us and also to bedevil us at times.
Yeah, definitely feeling very bedeviled here. I think Josh, based on his facial expressions, feeling the most bedeviled out of all of us, but for different reasons. This cue is not doing much. He now has a spot where if he wanted, as you mentioned, Will, not play the cue, hopefully draw an I for chin on top of Pirai, that is doable. But if he doesn't want to do that, that is a scary play.
Josh has gone full. So this play right here scores 14 points. I think most players would probably play it here for 12 points to avoid making this gargantuan S hook that is now available. But 2 points is nice to get. And there is already an S hook here. So it's not, and I guess technically here as well, but it's much harder to hit. So it's not as if you're giving your opponent something that doesn't exist in some way, shape, or form. I guess the problem is if Matthew has an S and doesn't have a bingo, he's now got just a tailor-made spot to score well with it that he might not have had otherwise. But Josh is kind of crazy like a fox in these situations. I've made some videos about it, and he's I have to say the computer engine likes his choice to put it there, Charles, which is kind of scary to me.
Yeah, and the computer is not even taking into account the fact that the human element, which is does Matthew think that Josh has an S, or does he think it's like a decoy? He's fully aware of Josh's tendencies to make these like weird plays that seem to telegraph something that doesn't actually exist. How concerned is he that the S is there on Josh's rack? Is Matt thinking about blocking chin? It's very hard for him to do so. Is he considering it? It looks like he's not considering it. This is, I thought he was going for in cave, but he's actually going for in cavi, which is a nice little word there, keeping 2 E's rather than an I and an E.
Yeah, I wonder maybe he's fish. So certainly maybe if he's expecting that Josh will challenge this word, and he has, now all of a sudden it's going to do much better than in cave, which maybe Josh has a higher percentage chance of knowing. So if Matthew is assuming he's going to get that extra 5 points for this word, all of a sudden it makes a little more sense as to why he would pick this over in cave, which is a little bit more quote unquote normal. I know that maybe some of you in the chat are scoffing that either of these words would be normal, but at this level, a 6-letter word like this, which does not pluralize and become a 7-letter word, is a little bit more obscure to work with.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the reason he played, is to draw the extra 5 points for the challenge, which clearly puts it above in cave. I do want to point out that I was corrected in chat. Rapini does take an S in NWL, but only NWL 23. So if Matt is behind on his NWL learning, I can say that I'm behind on that. I haven't started learning the new words. You would not know that. So it gets very complicated for Matt in a situation where he wants to play something like Rapini. So he bypassed all of the complexity and the uncertainness, played Pirai, takes an S, nothing weird about it, and just making the game simpler for himself, which I think you sometimes have to do when you only have 25 minutes to make all your plays.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, Scrabble is weird that way. We've seen a couple moves I'm just thinking back to like Noah Slakoff playing Quilt within the first 10 seconds of the game, right? That's a move that if you see that play, your instincts can tell you, yeah, this is the right play. I don't need to look any longer. I'm going to play this move in 10 seconds. But then there are certain Scrabble moves that you could probably sink your entire clock into if you had to. So some kind of corner cutting has to happen. And, that's just, I feel like a big part of Scrabble at this level is whose game suffers the least by the constraints that the time puts on you. Who can keep the highest top end of their game when they're really not only down to 25 minutes, but when you happen to be in time pressure, who can play a good end game in just 2 or 3 minutes of time, as opposed to me where I need like 10 minutes if I want to play an accurate end game. So I don't know where you stand on that, Charles.
I have a bad habit of setting up hooks that I am not actually sure of, and otherwise making things hard for myself when I need that time to make correct plays at the end. So I'm right there with you. The self-destructive tendencies are too real.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the Nigel Richards strategy is to simply know all of the hooks perfectly without any doubt at any time. Unfortunately, that is a very difficult strategy to execute in practical terms. So most of us eventually are going to have to grapple with making choices that involve uncertainty or wanting to avoid uncertainty, as we saw with, we saw Matthew not play Rapini, probably for that reason. And we probably saw him play Inkavi, hoping to capitalize on the very same thing in the other direction from Josh. So that's, it's a more human approach to the game for sure.
So what does Josh do here? He does not have a bingo, and most of his good plays involve him playing like 5 or 6 tiles to basically start over from scratch like he did with Heriter, and try to build a bingo from scratch again.
For sure. At least this time, unlike Heriter, which scored 11 points or something like that, he can now score in the 30s by placing his P alongside the I of Inkavi. So that's helpful. He can at least get some points, and the game score is quite close, so he doesn't have to worry super much. Of course, sitting across from a player like Matthew, you have to realize that at some point you're going to get hit with a bingo here. So even though Josh is trailing on the scoreboard, he's going to get close to even after his next play. He is going to, be a little bit on pins and needles, just hoping that Matthew doesn't have anything too powerful in response. So prime is the play. I think this makes sense. It leaves 2 tiles on his rack. Other plays in that spot, prelim, preemie, plier, other things like that. Prime does the best to score well and keep the EL combination, which is a decent starting point for bingoing next turn.
Yeah, I think one sort of secret reason why you might avoid prelim is prelim tells Matthew that you don't have an S. Otherwise, you'd be playing prelims. This play leaves a little bit of doubt that you might still be keeping an S, trying to hit chins at a later turn. Probably not very high of a chance, but it's still there, whereas prelim basically says, I don't have an S, chin doesn't matter, you don't have to worry about the S hook on that word. That's
a great point. Really, really good point. You keep the fog of war going a little bit longer in that case by playing prime. Yeah, I like that idea, and I have to assume that Josh is probably thinking about that because he really does both of these players go very, very, very deep into that type of consideration every single turn in, turn out, pretty much. So, yeah, that's pretty good call by you there, Charles. I don't think I would have picked up on that one.
Yeah, I can do it like once every couple of games. Meanwhile, these players are doing it like every turn. So we can see why these players are consistently rated around 2100 is because they're not just thinking about the score of the play and the leave. They're not playing like robots. They've got an extra element to their game that lets them win games that they shouldn't otherwise be winning.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation developing here, though. The D on Matthew's rack, could that somehow find its way out in space? I highly doubt it. I'm not even sure where that would happen. But if it did, would we see Josh? Looks like he's set up his rack very intentionally of the word Wergeld. But I just want to point out there are many spellings of the word Wergeld, which is an old English word, a price paid for taking a man's life. Yikes, that's pretty dark. But this variation is actually not valid. There are many, many other similarly spelled words. Okay, so we're not going to get that anyway. Nice play here by Matthew, by the way. Heated. That's a nice overlapping situation for a whole bunch of points. But we're not going to get the chance to see Josh test his word knowledge here. So, yeah.
It's worth noting that at a Nationals about a decade ago, Matthew played a phony version of Weirgild against me as a 9-letter word. He played Weregildt, which looks very Germanic. I think or very Norse or whatever it is. So at least at that point in his Scrabble career, he was also unsure of how you could spell that word. So you never know. Maybe Josh would have gone away with it if the D had been floated out in space.
That would be, it's just tough to imagine getting away with anything in 5-point challenge. I think Matthew is savvy enough to basically challenge anything, even if he has a good sense that it's probably a word. Any of those word forms where there's like 4 or 5 alternate spellings of a word, he's probably going to challenge it just to make sure he's not confusing the correct and incorrect spellings of that word. So yeah, I would have expected a challenge there, but Josh is still, even without that eventuality occurring here, he's going to be able to score decently well here. He might play something like Weep right in here, scoring well with the W, and you can see Matthew's tiles are pretty terrible. So that represents a golden opportunity for Josh to score some points here. Who is going to pick the first S of the game? This is a board where the S, thanks to Josh's play, is looming so large. I just wonder if Josh would ever consider playing Weeper or something here, just to be, completely crazy, maybe slightly obstructs the S hook to play Weeper all the way down. I highly doubt that he's going to do that, but it's not impossible here. What's he doing with that hand?
He's thinking about it. He's definitely thinking. He's stopped and thinking.
He's thinking about it, and his reasoning is simply, Matthew just played 5 tiles. I don't have an S. We're pretty far along into the game, so his odds of having one are higher and higher each subsequent turn, and he has decided just to play Weep, and that puts the maximum pressure on Matthew here. Man, it's kind of crazy, Charles, to see a play like Chin go down. And now this is like absolute ironclad confirmation for Josh that Matthew doesn't have an S. If he did, he would for sure be playing something like Luntz or Dunce in this spot. I just can't imagine Indult ever being played if Matthew has an S. Of course, now he could be drawing one after playing 5 tiles. So Really touch and go here with this Chins situation.
Yeah, and at this point, I think Matthew is probably feeling like Josh does not have an S, because Josh would be afraid of Matthew having an S and would, at some point, if he had an S, elect to block the spot. So I think both players are pretty aware that the other didn't have an S on their last turn. Of course, both of them have drawn tiles now. You can't really know. But that's the sort of gamesmanship in that regard might have come to an end, and now they're just straight up trying to draw an S so they can play there.
Yeah, so you can see Matthew just picked the first one out of the bag. So there's no question. I don't even see how this spot is ever getting blocked. So I'm pretty sure that Matthew can play, I think this is a verb, Seazed. So that going across is still going to be available. even if Josh were to try to play something here to try to take the sting out of the S hook a little bit, Matthew is still going to play that. Let me just make sure. Okay, it is valid. So that would be a possibility. And certainly if that spot stays totally unobstructed, Matthew can play something pluralizing it the normal direction with the S ending the word going across. So Matthew is about to pounce in a big way, but it sure did take a while, Charles.
Yeah, definitely. We were all waiting for an S or a blank. Probably more the S's there. I don't think you would exhaust a blank if you weren't bingoing in that spot. Certainly the S's to come out so that Josh's, we're not going to say it's a foolish decision, but certainly kind of an aggro decision, an unorthodox decision. We wanted to see it get resolved. Usually the first S out of the bay is going to resolve it.
Yeah, there's no question Matthew is sitting there basically hoping that Josh, and look at what's really interesting? The clock, Josh's clock is pretty low. You can see the unseen tiles here at the top, 52 tiles. That's more than half of the tiles in the set are unseen / unplayed on the board. Many more than half are unplayed. So Josh is really low on his clock for this phase of the game. That's kind of a rarity in my experience.
Yeah, definitely spending 15 minutes on your clock to score 89 points total means something is going really weird with your game. Either a lot of weird decisions, weird racks. That's very atypical. And I feel like Josh is going to want to pick up the pace here just to make sure, since the score is going to be probably close at the end. We hope it's close at the end. If it's close at the end, he needs the time to do the end game correctly. So, then again, he's got an unplayable bingo on his rack this turn, is trying to figure out what to do to balance keeping good letters and scoring points. That's not an easy decision to make on this board.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's possible that what's slowing him down is aerogel being on his rack. And as a recent convert into Collins, one of the things that is really frustrating is not being as absolutely 100% sure of all of the hooks of words on the board. I don't really feel like there are any words on this board that are, that confusing. So, but in general, you definitely need to think twice about some of your sort of established play finding logic that you're carrying over from the North American dictionary. Anyway, we see the play of a reg. I feel like this is kind of a reaction to, Josh expecting that the odds are getting likelier and likelier. Even after indult, he's drawing 5 tiles into a bag that if he doesn't have an S, which again, we'd think he didn't, he still is drawing 5 tiles into a bag where all 4 S's and both blanks are lurking. So it makes sense from that standpoint for Josh.
Yeah, I think a blocking play here is totally in line with, I would say, like conventional strategy after a play like Indult. There's so many S's, all of the S's are unseen, and your opponent just drew 5 tiles. You can't let that bingo spot stay there forever. Downside is, while the G is not a great tile to play through for the triple, it might give back something that didn't already exist on the board for Matthew, because there weren't a lot of hot spots on the board. If you're not bingoing with an S or through the letters of Indult, what are you doing? And a reg sort of gives an option for Matthew that he didn't already have. And we see it play out with Gazed keeping the S, potentially for 6-letter plays off of Chin at some point in the future.
Yeah, it's an interesting play. So that is a very big point sacrifice for Matthew. It's looks like 16 points that he has sacrificed to play Gazed instead of Seized. So again, there are a couple of reasons for that. There are definitely positional reasons involved, but there are also, it could be that Matthew wasn't 100% sure of SEAZE, whether that was a verb. So you don't want to score 0 points when you could score 48. 48 versus 64 is a big gap, but it's nowhere near as big as the gap between 48 and 0. So that could have been on his mind there. And then, of course, just the idea of playing seized and putting the D out in this spot, that is one of the best ending tiles for 8-letter words, whereas gazed gives very, very little back. So I think there's a lot of positional benefits to it as well. Maybe a combination of those positional and more human elements to it. But anyway, over to Josh. Charles, he's got a C hook he's got to be looking at.
Yeah, and actually a good point made in chat also is gazed gives back out gazed, and Josh is one tile away from it, but there's only one T unseen. So probably just gunning for out gazed is not the right strategy here. But it is something that we can keep an eye on.
Yeah, no question. There are more O's and U's that Josh will draw. I do feel like if hopefully he spots it, it's not the easiest to see that you can put a C onto heated on the board. It's kind of off the beaten path. Oh boy. He might be getting ready to play voluble, which is a pretty reasonable play. The problem with this play is it becomes extra good if you know that you have the C spot here in reserve. So this will be a question of, did Josh see bunco and he's deliberately passing it up so that he can score well with voluble, try to draw these blanks by playing 6 tiles, and then are we going to see a follow-up play in this spot, or did he just miss the hook? That would be surprising, Charles. What do you think?
I think Josh is one of those players who's always evaluating every word for its hookability. So other than Colin's confusion from recently switching dictionaries, would not be likely to miss something that's pretty straightforward, turning heated into cheated. It looks like we did get a challenge on voluble.
And a challenge. Okay, that helps. Yeah, we'll see. I'm surprised by that, but of course you might as well. And there's an extra 5 for Josh on the scoreboard. So even better. Love that challenge, Cam. Thank you very much to producer Josh of Let's Play Scrabble for getting that set up. And thank you very much as well. Another plug, which is to, what was the URL? I already forgot it. It's Art Moore's amazing, I think, wordjudge.me. If we could just get that as a plug. Great job to Art for that. All right. So anyway, challenge on voluble. I wonder if that has any, what do you think, Charles? Are we ever going to see an S get hooked on to voluble?
I think only in the most dire circumstance. Because I think that's sort of a relatively normal word. Like it does appear in English from time to time, and not in a way that implies that it's a noun or otherwise would take an S. So I would say, unless like circumstances had gone very bad for one player and they needed the points in that spot, I don't think we're seeing volubles.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. Josh also just arranging his rack into a very content-friendly combination there. He's thankfully put it back. All right, simple J play by Matthew. This makes a lot of sense. Getting rid of that J, not opening anything new up, and continuing to take kind of a narrow lead. It's not that good of a lead, but he does continue to hold that S, and the S is getting increasingly useful here for bingos. It's going to be hard to play an 8-letter word. This is pretty much it. Maybe you can get lucky with a C, but other than that, it's the S that is super valuable here for being able to play a 7-letter bingo. And Josh continues to not draw any.
Yeah, and the S is now actually less useful as a non-bingo tile because chins is gone and voluble does not take an S. So the S is really, the utility is shifted to, it's a bingo tile. If you've got it, you should be trying to bingo. Josh is
baby. Look at that. That's nice. Sorry, Charles, I cut you off there.
No, that's okay. I mean, Oxo looks like the right play, and it's keeping the C for cheated if Josh sees it and if it ever comes up.
Yeah, it's just so nice. Josh using 2 of his 3 O's, keeping a 3rd so that he'll be able to overlap in this spot. If he draws really well, he'll even be happy to play in this spot and make a big, scary opening. And he's actually drawn Oh, what's happening here? Game. Oh, I didn't even see that. Wow. Nice one, Matthew. That is very, very nice. I'm assuming that is, yep, it's totally valid. It looks great to me. That is going to get answered with a bingo of Josh's own in response of Cowieist. So let's see what happens with these post bingo draws. Who's going to get a blank? I feel like that's going to loom really, really large here.
Is there any world where Josh plays OW next to EXO instead of the bingo, keeping sights? Is that ever something he would do? Clearly, he's playing the bingo now.
It's worth
like kind of speculating. Is that enough points?
Yeah, I just think without it is a 40-point sacrifice, and you don't have a blank to really make it work, to really pump up your chances of getting a bingo to a high enough level where you can do that. And Matthew's going to have at least one really cool 8-letter word through this G that I fully expect him to play here. Let me get this score updated here. But of course, Matthew has usually on his rack, but he has something even better, which would be pretty epic to see. He actually has a couple bingos through that G. So yeah, very different draws here. Josh does not draw a blank, draws clunky BFG together. And Matthew I would be astounded to not see him play a bingo here. The only question is, which will he choose?
Yeah, Matt's bingo knowledge is, right up there with the best. He's got a couple to choose from, even with the UUY. So I feel like the only way he would miss all of his bingos here is if he just gave up, if he saw the YUU and said, that's not going to bingo. Matt is not that kind of player. I fully expect him to find one of the two bingos through the G. I think both are NWLs, so even more reason why he's probably known both these words for at least a decade at this point.
Yeah, here we go. This is the more obscure and arguably more stylish of the two, the other one being augustly through this. I think this one may be ever so slightly positionally better just because you're opening literally nothing new to Josh, whereas playing augustly does open this A in this spot, which is not likely to be very impactful, but I don't know. Is there any possibility that that's better just because now you've got a really big 5-letter scoring spot here? Maybe the A of augustly isn't important enough and you want to avoid making that scoring spot. I don't know. I think it's probably basically a coin flip.
Yeah, I think at this point you're more worried about bingo spots for Josh than 40-point place spots, although those are also in short supply. But with Cowieist and Guayul's coming down, now the only bingo spot is on top of Gamifies. So he's sort of running out of runway to get a bingo to come back in this game. He's got to make sure that spots stay open.
And a good balanced draw for Matthew, but most notably not the second blank. So there are 5 tiles in the bag here, and Josh does have some pretty good, thanks to his play of Oxo. Of course, Josh kept this O. Sorry, that was totally off. This O on his play of Oxo, hoping that he would be able to respond with a play here, scoring a lot of points. Instead, he bingoed and now drew 2 more O's, so he could easily play something like Oof in this spot, which scores a ton of points, gets him close enough on the scoreboard that it's going to put Matthew in a bit of a bind, unless I'm not seeing some really nice play for Matthew. Of course, he'll definitely be doing his absolute best to prevent Josh from bingoing if he picks that second blank, but it's not going to be all that easy. There's a couple, like if Josh draws S blank, now you've got this spot to worry about, this spot to worry about, and you have to make sure if you're Matthew that you block it in a way that doesn't give back anything new here, which is not the easiest to do.
Yeah, it could get a little bit tense for Matthew here. He's got the bingo size lead, which is what he wants, but can be very easily erased with an out bingo, especially after a high scoring play like Oof. Something like oof followed by Matthew playing yad next to cowiest just leaves him wide open to out bingos. Like unless the unseen pool is so ridiculously bad that he determines Josh can't ever bingo, you wouldn't be able to do something like that, at least if you cared about your winning percentage. So it might get tough for Matthew here, depending on Josh's play. But Josh is running out of time. He's got a minute and a half roughly to make the rest of his plays.
That timer is the key. It's going to make it tough to really permute. I think that this is fine though, because having a minute and 41 seconds on the clock, it's not so bad because Josh's next turn is likely to be very binary. Either he's going to have a playable bingo or he's not. And he's probably going to see it fat. Oh man.
This is a banger.
Couldn't be a better draw. He literally just drew NS blank. Hard to think of a better draw that he could have picked there. That definitely gives him, Benoz is a play that now plays in this spot. So I think that's a word. So there are threats here. And let me give Josh his 40 points, which really, he played it for fewer points than that. Oh, it is 40 points. So yeah, 40 points for him. And that puts Matthew in a bit of a bind. Let me just get the tracking right from his POV as well. Hopefully that's going to update momentarily. There we go. Okay, everything is updated. So this is what Matthew's looking at. He's up by only 39. That is way too close for comfort. Any bingo for Josh is very likely to pretty easily win in the game. So this is a simple situation with a very difficult answer to come by. He's got to figure out a way to block these two bingo lanes and not give anything new back in another area of the board.
Yeah, I think my first inclination here is he should be looking to play underneath gamifies. Even something like oldie, OLDY, and SO does a pretty good job of blocking bingos other than Miracle 8s through the D. The only question then would be, do you ever get outrun after sort of a comparatively low scoring play like oldie? But that, I guess, would be my first consideration, would be playing on
so oldie right here. Is that your?
I guess ISO is a word. I forgot about ISO. So maybe not ideal.
Yeah. The problem is ISO can definitely get you hit a bunch. So it's tough, right? It's actually deceptively extremely difficult to come up with a play. If you put the Y in this spot and try to play something going across, that's not going to work for you. The YE hooks with practically everything. So this is very tough. I can kind of read Matthew's expression that you see his eyes widen very briefly there. It's tough. But I think you're right, though, Charles, that this is very likely the logical spot right there. Playing something underneath in that spot and just hoping to restrict as much as possible. Suggestion of maybe Lordy under there. Maybe that's the way to go. So Lordy in this spot right here looks like by placing your extra letter here, you might be cutting down on some things, although actually a lot of consonants you'd be worried about playing there still play after that. So I don't know. It's actually tough. Whatever Matthew ends up playing, he's probably going to be playing it with his fingers crossed and praying that Josh somehow did not draw anything. In fact, go ahead.
If Droney, does Droney work a little bit better because fewer stuff goes in front of ER? Like starting under the eye of gamifies. Not worrying about scoring points, but going solely for bingo blocking. That works a little bit better, perhaps.
That does look pretty nice, in fact, because the idea that Charles is just saying, Droney here is especially nice because the ER is so much more difficult to hook, as opposed to the L with a play like Lordy. The B still plays with Bell, the G still plays with Gel, S, all of those plays still fit. Droney, on the other hand, would cut off the B and the G still fits there. It's really, and the S. So like sinkage and stuff like that would still play. And sinkage is quite likely too, because, oh, brother. Right?
Yeah,
like sinkage still fits after these as a natural. You could lose if the blank is in the bag after this play.
Yeah, the only saving grace from our perspective is we know Josh doesn't have the I, which is like the key to all of these blocking plays. But from Matthew's perspective, the I is a totally reasonable thing for Josh to have at this point. He's got him pegged as 7 of 8 chance of having that letter, plus the blank, which could be used as an I. So he's, probably he's got oldie set up. I think he also set up Lordy briefly. And I think he's fully aware of the downside of playing the O in that spot. But the other downside is just leaving easy lanes for 7s that require no effort whatsoever.
So there we go. So this is going to be the play, oldie. This makes sense. Matthew definitely knows that he can lose the game after this. There's definitely ways for that to happen. But I like it. This is probably as good as he's likely to do. Something like this or Droney. I don't know if Lordy actually outperforms this at all, but a play like that is absolutely called for, and it looks like that is probably going to be a winning block for Matthew here, as he is going to get that really nice realization that the I, that critical I, if the I was on Josh's rack, he would have so much more flexibility to overlap this spot, but it was in the bag, and that's going to be Matthew's saving grace here.
Yeah, just kind of a little bit of a fluke of the bag that the I was waiting in there for Matt to pick out. That makes certainly a sigh of relief probably from his end. Maybe not an actual sigh of relief, but a mental sigh of relief that Josh does not have it.
Yeah, to draw that. I mean, I wouldn't be sighing yet just because I would be scared that I'm somehow missing some crazy play. I mean, it's definitely still possible to play through the D if you have a word that ends in S here. Doesn't look like that's possible with these tiles. But yeah, I would be at this point, oh my God, this is the best play. It's not going to be a winning play here, but oh, never mind. I thought he was going to go all the way and play beanbag. So he just plays bag, which is a very good play, 28 points. I thought Josh was about to play beanbag, which is his best endgame play, burning the blank as a second B in this spot right here. But I think the ticking clock forced him to go ahead and make this move. Beanbag would have been epic to see, but even that would not have won the game for Josh.
Yeah, what would have been a really nice play, a really nice find, but since it's not a game-winning play, we're going to cut him a little bit of slack. What we thought was going to be an extremely high-powered game between Collins experts. We see the low scores here, both well below typical averages for both players, but no shortage of interesting positions despite the low scores.
Yeah, I mean, typically that's the way, right? When two really, really strong players combine for such low scores, it usually is the case that the positions are extra interesting from a strategic standpoint, or else why would such good players be held to such low scores if they weren't being faced with really difficult decisions that were straining their capabilities? That definitely happened in this game. So yeah, that's pretty cool to see. Not all games are like this. You definitely have a lot of shootouts between players that are so strong, but I do like it as a change of pace. I know maybe some of you out there would prefer to see the fireworks of crazy bingos, but don't worry, we'll get games like that over the last however many games, 8 that we have to play here.
Yeah, and we did get some cool bingos in this one. I mean, Gamifies, Guayuls, those are cool bingos. It just, the rest of the plays were somewhat middling, not from a strategic standpoint, but from just a scoring standpoint. So Certainly no shortage of knowledge and strategy on display in this one.
Yeah, suggestion of on the oof turn, maybe Josh could try playing gob here. And that is so interesting just because if you draw just the right set of combination, just the right combination of tiles rather, certainly you would need on this play, you would need to draw an N. I think Josh left B, A, B, E, G on this, but if you draw an N, you are threatening absolutely terrifying plays in that spot that might be next to impossible to deal with outside of a little dinky block down here. So that's an interesting approach. Matthew playing a kin. This is his co-best play along with the anagram I can in the same spot. But yeah, that's an interesting approach. Maybe you try to just go for a massive play there. Ooh, what are we getting here? Charles, what do you think of this?
I think it's a valiant attempt. How many points is this? It's like 56 or something.
Yeah. Oh, I entered in his play of bag wrong. I have to go back. So bag was with a real A. He kept the blank, probably going for this. A kin was played. There we go. Okay, so if sun gazed were a word, it would be 54 points. Definitely enough to win. I'm not sure what's happening here. Are they?
He's holding, I think. Trying to figure out if he loses, if he challenges, and it's good.
And the answer is he won't lose. This would put Josh's... Okay, let's assume that this stays on the board. This is hilarious. It makes the score... Yeah, he's going to let it stay. He's going to let it stay. Because if you challenge it and it is a word, does he actually win? Because now he still would win, I guess. Because now after that play of rad, he's going to win by 7. So he could have afforded to challenge it, and he would still win by 2 if the word was good. So, okay, whatever. Obviously, it's better to challenge it, but with that clock ticking, I think the funny thing about it is if the worst thing that could happen is if Matthew thinks about it too long, even if he makes the right decision, he will then lose the game thanks to the time penalty. So he just had to make a choice. Very clever job by Josh to cut his spread by quite a bit, Charles.
Yeah, very creative play. We're used to seeing Josh do things like that. I guess the other thing to note is like if Matt had somehow misscored or they went into a recount and uncovered some points, it's a lot more likely that you lose with a 2-point buffer than a 7-point buffer in the situation where Sungaze actually came back good. So he's still leaving himself that recount buffer if Josh decides to invoke the recount rule.
Yeah,
so
great point.
I would do the same thing that Matt did there. I would just take the win, not worry about the spread, although spread is going to matter in this tournament, as it always does. But the wins matter more. So well played by both players.
Yeah, just a lot of fun to watch this game. Really good set of games this morning. So this, obviously, we hope to briefly talk to the players about this game now that it's been complete. But yeah, that is the final game of the morning session. But I cannot wait to hear from the players about a lot of the decisions in this game. There's so many that I just want to dive into here from both players, really. So we'll hear from them in just a second. They're still, post-morteming this game. Matthew must be saying how both of these players are very humble, Charles. I feel like they're gonna be in a humble off right now.
Right. They're gonna just be saying, "Oh, I screwed that up. Oh, I shouldn't have done that." And then the other one's like, "Well, you shouldn't have done that, but I really shouldn't have done that. So
Exactly.
I'm actually the worst player here."
Yeah. Totally. Just knowing these two as we do. All right, there we go. We got the headsets here.
2 headsets. Nice.
Yeah, so I guess I think the issue with the headsets is that the players actually can't hear each other. So let's start with Matthew. That was an incredibly entertaining game to watch. Both of you, obviously, any game where neither player breaks 400 is going to be a strategic battle. What are you, what, Matthew? How are you feeling having ground that game out in that fashion there?
Yeah, I don't know. That was the game that was won in the trenches, and that's not the kind of game that I'm most comfortable with. I feel like that's Josh's forte. He usually wins these kind of games, so it felt good to come out ahead. The whole time I felt like he was gonna come up with something to sneak it out, and he almost did.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll start with the question, then Charles, you can ask one. Let's start with the oldie situation. What's going through your mind on that turn? And what are you feeling when the I comes out of the bag onto your rack?
Oh, the I. I mean, first I saw the K, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to see the K. I need him to have the K. And I saw the I, and I'm like, oh, that's perfect because you can't make ISO. The biggest issue with oldie is the ISO hook, and I don't know if I can do anything about that. I have to kill vatters. I have to kill easy overlaps, and the only way I could see that did that was setting up ISO, unless there's something above gamifies that defends better, but I couldn't come up with it.
There
So,
basically is nothing on top that doesn't give more stuff back to Josh than it takes away. So I think you absolutely did right to play down there and just cross your fingers, and it did work out. But Charles, anything to ask Matthew here?
On the Parai turn, we saw you looking at Rapini for a while, and we wondered if possibly there was confusion about hooks, which one's taken S, or if there's some other reason why Parai was chosen over Rapini.
possibly some confusion about whether the single P spelling was 100% valid. I'm like, you can spell this with double P, and for sure aspirin rapinis is a pair. I know I was giving up a bit of equity to play something I was 100% sure of. That's it.
Yeah, we figured that was the case with the 2P spelling, and then various lexicons have various ways you can pluralize it. It's a very complicated word compared to the very straightforward Parai.
Yeah. And lastly, I mean, we could talk about Inkavi, whether that was played over in Cave specifically to try to get that 5 points from Josh, which you successfully did. If you don't want to, we don't have to get into that. But Josh is nodding yes. But Gazed is so interesting also because you had Seized lined up on your rack, but Gazed has a lot of benefit to score well, keep your S potentially to play in that spot next turn, and not open some floating tiles to Josh in that situation. It seemed like you had clearly seen Seized on your rack. Maybe did you have any other strategic considerations on that move?
I think I counted that Seized was 15 points more, and it was just enough in my mind to justify keeping my S. Also, taking out that triple through the G, 2 blanks unseen, is some value in that. And there's no guarantee I'm going to get another S. Like, I know there's still all the S's and blanks left. There's no guarantee that if I spend this one, I'll get another one. So I knew it was close. I knew it was very close. Maybe if I'd given more thought to outgazed as being a problem later, I might have played into it. But I mean, I knew the plays were close, and I settled on one of them in the end.
We liked it.
Yeah, I'm hoping he'll challenge in Cavi. I don't even know for sure if in Cave is Collins only. I thought it was maybe TW.
Oh, yeah, they're both Collins, but yeah, you got the 5 for that, which puts it way ahead. So anyway, very nicely done. That was a lot of fun. Excellent playing. Guayul's an amazing find. Gamifies. I mean, there's just no shortage of amazing stuff. But maybe let's just give Josh a moment. There's still a lot from his end worth discussing. I don't even know where to start, Charles. Do you have a question to start for Josh?
I guess we want your full thought process on why you played Chin where you did, how much gamesmanship was involved with that choice, how much content for stream was involved in that choice. We just want it all.
Pirai was an odd play. Like, if it's the right play, it signals very weak tiles. Otherwise, it's probably the wrong play, and it just doesn't seem like he would have an S with that. So that, and the fact that leaving the Eye of Heriter open really helps me get a bingo down next turn. Was my reasoning there, and I was behind, so yeah, I'm happy to create some crazy threats against an amazing player that I'm like trailing.
Yeah, it's crazy because that S really took its sweet time coming out on the board. It was crazy how long it took for that first one to be played. I guess so. It makes total sense. Again, the computer engine likes the aggressive positioning of Chin, probably assuming that as long as Matthew doesn't have an S, you're just as likely to get it. Kind of shades of the recent video posted about pretzels. But I'm
Yeah, who posted that
curious.
video? That was a good
Yeah,
video.
thank you. You were the star. But anyway, let's move to Voluble. That was a really good play. Matthew obviously challenged it. I'm just wondering, because that play becomes even better if you keep the C because of the hook to heated. So you have bunko and cheated in that spot for a very good score, but Voluble is still a good play. But I was curious whether you did that saving the C
Totally.
for that spot, or was it a miss? Okay, all right.
Yeah, huge miss. I mean,
Well,
I was
it's
so
not a
low on
huge
time,
miss.
and I was like, couldn't find a play at all. I was about to play Clove and Che, and I just
Okay,
totally spaced on that weird cheated spot. Yeah,
so I mean,
that's a bad miss.
Voluble. Well, yeah. So I mean, the thing about Voluble, especially with the extra 5 points, is that it is possibly the best play there by a solid margin, but only if you are preparing to play cheated plays next turn. So anyway, the Oxo Cowiest Oof sequence was all on point, and then obviously Matthew had to make exactly the right blocking play. And then I guess I don't know if there's anything even to say about Sun Gaze. That was obviously a brilliant spread cutting play. Are you thinking that word's good? Do you just it could be a Collins word, there's no real way to know, etc.
Yeah, so I know that sun gazing is good because Nigel played it against Harshawn in like 2015, and like I just didn't even think about it being only just like the noun. So yeah, I thought about it. I saw that I had beanbag for 50. I was like, how am I going to win this game?
Wow, you
Uh,
saw beanbag. Oh my
and
god.
I couldn't really see it. I was just hoping he would screw up. He would like not leave himself with an outplay, like try to block the overlaps of Cowiest or something, and like totally just blow the game, which is not going to happen. I had no time, but I was hoping there was some weirdness there, and that would be a word, and then it would win the game. But yeah, once I played it, once he held, I was like, wait, yeah, I have no idea if that's a word. It's probably not a word.
Yeah, but you cut the spread by so much. It's just such a clever play. It's kind of shades of Matthew almost using his own superpower against him. Anyway, Charles, any other questions for Josh before we let the players go to lunch here?
No, I think that covers it. It was a really good game from both sides, and we're all enriched for having seen it.
Yeah. All right. Thanks to you both. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Matthew. Good luck to you guys in your afternoon games.
Thank you.
All right. So there you have it. A lot of fascinating insights from both players there. It's very high level stuff going on in that game for sure. I don't know. Any parting thoughts before we also head to lunch, Charles?
We saw a bunch of good games today. I feel really lucky to have been doing commentary for some of these games where there's always something to talk about. Always a lot of high-level decision-making being shown from the players. Neil Gann earlier in the morning, displaying some seriously advanced thinking. The rest of the players really not too far behind that standard. So just a really good morning, and the quality of play continues through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far. And again, these games, typically you see the level of play continue to rise over the length of these tournaments because the best players start to stratify towards the top. So if this is what we're seeing now, hopefully things, I don't even know how they can, but hopefully they continue to stay at this level from here on out. So with that, we're going to call it just the pre-lunch break session. We're going to take our lunch break and come back at 2:45 Eastern time. It's going to be me, and Charles is going to get us to do. I'm so sorry for the ancient cosmographer heads out there, but Charles, you did an amazing job. We're going to be joined by Mack Meller in the afternoon session for NWL games. So again, it's going to be about an hour. And while you're waiting, if you're waiting for something to do, twiddling your thumbs, why not try liking the stream video and subscribing to the Let's Play channel, Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel? That could be a nice way to stay busy for the next hour. See if you can find that button over the next 60 minutes and click that. That should occupy most of that time. So with that, we'll take our break. Thank you very much for watching, and back in an hour for the afternoon session.